Hey, what's going on, guys? Welcome to this video where we build a fully responsive HTML and CSS website. This video is geared towards absolute beginners. If you're getting started with web development and you want to get your hands on everything you need to know about building a website using HTML and CSS, then this is the right video for you. If you're also a business owner looking to build a really nice and neatly designed agency website for your business, then you should definitely watch this video till the end. I am going to leave all of the links and all of the resources to this particular video in the description section so that you can go ahead and grab the template and start working. The only requirements you need to get started with writing HTML and CSS is your browser. I am going to be using a Chrome browser for this course and also a text editor. It could be any text or code editor of your choice. I am going to be using VS Code, but you can go ahead to use any other text editor like Atom or anyone that you prefer. Please do not forget to show your love and support for this channel by hitting the like button and also subscribing. Do not forget to comment what you think about the video and also what you would expect from other web development videos from the channel in the nearest future. So without wasting so much of your time, let's get started. Here on my computer, I have my YouTube tutorial folder, and it's inside of this folder we are going to be creating our HTML and CSS website. So I'm going to right click and click on new folder, and I'm going to go ahead to rename this to HTML and CSS website. Of course, you can name yours whatever it is you want. And then I'm going to open up this folder with our VS Code. So first I'm going to right click and I'm going to open up a new window. I'm going to make this full screen so that you guys can see this properly, and then go ahead to open our website. So here I have this website in my YouTube tutorial folder, and then I'm going to click on this website and then open it up. This particular process is going to be similar if you're using a PC. Just create your file and then open it up in your preferred text editor. Here I am using VS Code, but you can of course use the code editor or text editor of your choice. If you're using VS Code just like me, if you hover on this, you can see you have the ability to create a file and a folder. First, I'm going to create our index.html file. And the index.html file is basically the entry point of your website, right? So for example, when you have a website like example.com, whatever you see on the root or on the home page or on the landing page is your index.html. Of course, you can change that on the server, but in the context of HTML and CSS, this is going to be our home page. But then we are going to also have some assets that we are going to be using for this website. So I'm going to go ahead and create a folder, and for this folder I'm going to call it images. This is where we are going to keep all the images we are going to be using. For the CSS file, I'm going to leave the CSS file still in the root, so I'm going to go ahead and create another file here, and I'm going to call this style.css. Now we have the three major resource or files and folder we are going to need to get started. So guys, here in our index.html file, if you're using Visual Studio Code, you can do exclamation and tab to get us the basic boilerplate of our HTML page. We are going to go through all of these lines of code one after the other. The first line here is the doc type, which, as the name implies, specifies the type of document we are working with. And here we are working with the HTML file. The next you want to see is the HTML element, which basically contains all the content of your page, right? If you're creating a HTML page, you want to wrap everything in an opening and closing tag of HTML. And inside the HTML element, we have the head and the body. The head basically holds the information that are important to the title of the page and the description of the page. So things like the page title and the metadata, and also the link to the CSS styles we are going to be using will also be found in the head section of this HTML and CSS page. And in the body here, you can go ahead and put in anything you like. I'm going to type hello world. And in order to preview our index.html page, you can go to the folder where we have this website and then go ahead and click on index.html. It's going to open this in your default browser. For me, I am using Chrome, but it's going to open up in your respective browser. I'm going to go back to our code. Here, back in our code, we don't want to write out the text just like this. We want to use the HTML syntax and use the respective tags to tell the browser how to display what exactly. So if you want to display a text like this, you can use a p tag which defines a paragraph. Then you can take your text and definitely put it in the middle of the opening and the closing tag of your respective element. So if you want to do like a heading section, you can go ahead and write H1 and then put in the title of your page here. So if you go back to our website and then refresh this, you can see we have this bold header as the title, and then we have this paragraph text. But if we keep adding more to this page, every time we want to reload our website, you're going to have to click this refresh button, and it can be a little stressful. So I would recommend you check your extensions. You can come to extensions in this part of the VS Studio Code, and you can search for live server, and it's going to give you this particular option. You want to click on it and make sure you install it. So once you've installed your live server, you want to come to the bottom of your page here. You're going to see the button that says go live. You can go ahead and click on it, and it's going to open up our website in a local server. So right now, if you go ahead to make a change to this particular website, so let's add a H2 tag and say heading subtitle. So if we go to our browser, you can see that it automatically updates as soon as we make changes to our code. And that is one really good importance of having the live server. I'm going to go ahead and close up this particular file that we are working with, and we're going to leave the live server open. If you don't want to use the live server, you can go ahead to keep opening your index.html file like this, but I'm going to use this live server option for this tutorial. So now that we've been able to display the HTML content on the browser, the next thing we are going to do is to look at the actual website we are going to be building. Here you can see the website. I'm going to go ahead and prototype this on the browser. So I'm just going to show this particular UI and click on the preview. On the preview section, I want to copy the link from the prototype of this website and then open it up in the browser. So I'm going to copy the link here. And then back in my browser, I'm going to go ahead and paste this link, and it should open up the website for us so that we can have like a real world view of how this will look like exactly in the browser. I'm going to go ahead and hide this top UI here, and then we should be able to see we have this weird looking vibe. So I'm going to show this back and then change the width to fit width. This is so much better. Then I'm going to hide the UI back. So this is what we are going to be rebuilding. You can see how really nice and amazing this is. This is a fictional digital agency for an IT startup. So we are going to go through all of the sections one after the other to be able to achieve this particular website. The first thing we want to start with is the title of the page. So I'm going to go to my HTML file, and on the title section here, we want to change this from document to Genex Digital Solutions. And then because it's the home page, we want to do something like welcome. I'm going to preview this back in the browser, and you can see the top of this, the title of our page should have changed. Now we are going to replace all of this with the actual content. The next thing we want to select is the header. All of this header section that contains this image, this navigation bar, and also this hero section content and this hero image here. We are going to put it in a particular element called the header. So I'm going to go back to our code. I'm going to remove everything that we have here and use the header tag. The header tag is a HTML5 syntax. You should read more on HTML5 if you want to know some of the syntax that you can use. So here in the header section, we have this background image. So I'm going to bring in an image tag. And this image tag is going to have a source. And then we can also go and add like an alt where we can give a description to this image and then close this image tag. So here we have the image tag. The next thing we want to have is this top navigation bar here. And if you're picking this from Figma, you can see that we can select this. So I'm just going to zoom in a bit. We can go ahead and use the dev mode, but I'm not sure this design is actually going to give accurate values. So you can see we have the top navigation bar here. This is the next item we're going to be working on. So we've brought in the image, and for the images and the assets we are going to be using, I'm going to leave a link in the description for all of the images and assets we are going to be using for this video. And this images folder is what is going to contain all of these images. And you know what, I think I'm going to go ahead and bring in all of the images now. So I'm going to go to my desktop, and I think this images is what we need. So I'm going to copy this, and for the images folder we have in our website folder, I'm going to move this to bin and then paste these copied images. If I open this up, you're going to see all of the images, and do not worry, I'm going to zip all of this up and add it in the description section so that you guys can download and follow along. Now, if we go back to our code, if I open up this images folder, you can see all of the images we are going to be using. For this image source here, we can go ahead and bring in the image, and I think the image we need for that is going to be this hero image. So you can go ahead and do /, and you can go into the images folder and then select the hero image. And back in our browser, I'm going to open this up, and you can see this hero image already looking nice. Now we want to go ahead and start styling some of these things, because I want to make it progressive in such a way that for every element that we create, we go ahead to give it its specific style so that we can move on to other elements without having to visit it all over again, except we want to do something like responsiveness, right? So the next thing is to link our style.css into this particular document so that we can start writing our CSS file and style our image. So here at the top, I'm going to bring in a link tag, and this link tag is going to have style sheet and the href of style.css. Then you can go ahead and close this tag, and this is because we named our CSS file style.css. So if you name your CSS style something else, you want to give it whatever name you name your CSS file here, maybe main.css or style.css. So now we need to add our CSS on our image element so that the image fits properly in our browser. Now, there are various ways to add CSS to our HTML element. One is to directly just add your style attribute here, and inside your style attribute, you can go ahead and specify the CSS you want to add. In our situation, we want to change the width of this image to 100% because we want it to fill 100% of the screen. And if you go to the image, you're going to see that this is so much better. But if I do zoom this in a bit, you can see that there's a little white space here at the top, and we don't want that. So that means additional CSS, and as soon as we keep adding more CSS to our file, this single HTML file begins to grow and it becomes a lot difficult to read and manage. So that's why we can also use the second method in adding CSS to our HTML file by having the style tag directly specified up here in our header. Right, you can just do something like this. You can open up a style tag. Now, inside of this style tag, you can go ahead and specify the image attribute, and inside of this image attribute, you can put your width to be 100%. And if we go to our website, you can see that it remains the same because it's now reading this particular style tag. But we really don't want to target a tag like this and make changes to that tag, because there is a chance that we are going to use that particular tag, such as the image tag or the p tag or the div tag, multiple times in our code. And if we target the tag like this and give it a particular CSS, then this CSS is going to apply to all the tags in the website. And we really want to give some of this unique styling. So an example is this hero image section. We can give it a unique style by giving it an ID or a class attribute. Both of these work similarly, and they are used to style and identify elements in CSS. But basically, ID is supposed to be used for a single element, right? If you're very sure you're not going to be replicating those sets of styles or property in any other element or any other tag, you definitely want to use ID if it's going to be used just once. But if there is a chance that you're going to use that particular CSS properties in a different element or a different tag, then you want to use a class. An example will be to just create an ID tag here, and you can call this ID hero image. And then if you want to call it here in your CSS section, what you will just do is use this hashtag and then the name of the ID, which is hero image, and then you can go ahead and put in the CSS you want. So let's go ahead and give this a border, and for the border we want it to be 2 pixels solid, and I'm going to make it red. So if you go here, you can see that we have this red border around this image, and that's because we are targeting this ID and we are giving it a CSS style. So similar, you can do the same thing to classes. If you want a class, you can go ahead and add a class to this. I'm going to change this ID to a class, and I'm going to change this from hashtag to a dot. So if you want to call a class, you're going to use a dot instead of a hashtag. So if you go back to our website, you can see that we retain the same styling. So this is how you can use CSS stylings inside your HTML page. Now, the third way to use your CSS styling is, of course, using the external style, which is what we created in the beginning of the page. Here you have the style.css. So this is where we are going to be putting all our CSS files. And we don't need to specify all this style tag inside our website. So I'm going to go ahead and remove all of the CSS we have here. I'm going to cut it, and I'm going to remove this style tag that we have here. We've already bring in our CSS file. So here in our CSS file, we can go ahead and just paste this styling. And if we go to our website, we still have the same styling. I do hope you guys have understood up until this point. I understand that you're getting off a little slow, and that's because I want people who are absolute beginners to be able to understand what's going on. But from here, we are going to move a lot faster since we've been able to understand the concept of adding tags, elements in our homepage, linking our CSS file, and even writing a number of CSS and understanding how it works. So from here, we are going to speed things up a little bit. I won't be going into details into the concept, and we're going to focus on building our website. So here we are still on the hero section. We've been able to bring in the image, which is what we have right now. And the next thing I want us to do is to remove this white spacing between the image and the walls of the browser. So in order to do that, I'm going to go to my style.css, and at the top of this, I'm going to target the entire page. And in order to do that, you're going to use asterisk. Asterisk is used to target the entire page. And here I'm going to give this entire page a margin of 0 and also a padding of 0. And this is because your HTML page by default comes with a little padding or margin all around. So if I go back to our browser, you can see that we do not have that white space again at the top. I'm just keeping this border so we can see the header section that we are working with. And if you really want to leave that out, you can go ahead and comment it, and you can see how this looks exactly, which is actually really cool. Now we can go ahead to add all of the content that's going to be on this hero section. As you can see here, we are going to have this top navigation bar and also this text element here. So we're going to go back to our code and go to our index.html, and I'm going to open a div tag. A div is just like a block container, and for this div element, I'm going to give it a class of hero content. Now this hero content is going to contain both the top navigation bar and the content. So I'm going to also create two divs. The first div, I'm going to give it a class of top nav. Now inside of this top nav, we are going to also have two items, which is the logo and all of the link items in the navigation bar that we are going to be using to navigate to the respective section of the landing page. So I'm going to create a div. Of course, this div is going to be the container for our logo, and I'm going to create an image tag inside here with a source and also an alt attribute, and I'm going to close this image. For this, I'm going to bring in the logo. So I'm going to go to the images section, and we should have the logo.png. If you go back to our browser and check our website, you can see that the logo is just showing really big here, which is fine. We are going to go ahead and arrange this with CSS properly. So next to this logo item, the next thing we want to have is our nav bar. So I'm going to create a nav element, and this nav element is going to contain all of the list item. And to create a list item in HTML, you want to choose if you're creating an unordered list or an ordered list. In our case, we are going to be creating an unordered list, and for this unordered list is going to have list items, right? So each list item is of course going to be an anchor tag, which is a link. So we are going to have an A tag inside here, and this A tag is going to have its respective href, and then we are going to go ahead and close this A tag, right? So here we have a link item. For the first link, we can just call it home, because not everybody is aware that clicking on the logo on the website can take them to the home page. So we are going to copy this link item or this list item and duplicate it like 3 more times. So this is home. The next one could be services. Let's see what we have in our Figma. Then we have why choose us, testimonials, and contact us. So here we have why choose us. Here we have testimonials, and then contact us. So here we have this nav bar that's inside of this top navigation bar. So let's go ahead and start giving some styles to these elements. Now let's take a look at what this looks like in the browser. So if I scroll, you can see the logo and you can see the link item we just added. The next thing I want us to do is to move all of this section, this top navigation section, all the way to the top here. And to do that, let's go back to our HTML, and we can see that we have this header tag. We can target the header tag because we are no longer going to be having another header tag inside our index.html file. So I'm going to go to the style.css and select the header tag. And for this header tag, I want to give it a CSS property of position, and I want to give it position relative. Now, once you've given the parent div or the parent element a position relative, whatever element you want to be showing on top of this image is going to have a CSS class of position absolute. So here you can see we have this content, which is this hero content. This is what we want to show on top of this image. You can leave the image just like that. We don't need to add any CSS to it because it's fine the way it's displaying. But for the hero content, we're going to go to our CSS class and target the hero content and give it a position of absolutes. This should be hero content. And here you can see that it's beginning to take some shape, but it's not exactly what we want yet because it's still way at the bottom. We are trying to move it to the top of this page. So in our CSS, we also want to be able to define the position we want it to be, because this is already in the absolute position. So we want it to be at the top, and we want to say 0 pixel. So with top 0 pixel, it's going to take our content all the way to the top. So this is amazing. Our top navigation bar is coming to life. We need to spread out this content for the logo to be on the left and all of this link item to be on the right. And the way to do that is to go to our HTML and look at the container of our logo and our link items, which is this top nav here. So we want to target this top nav and then flex the items that are in it. So I'm going to take the top nav class, and here we can go ahead and create a class of top nav. And here we want to give it a display flex. And once we do that, we can see that it's now displaying flex. Both items are on the same row. Now we need to make all of these navigation link items float all the way to the right. And to make all of these link items float to the right, we're going to go back to our HTML and CSS code. And here in our CSS file where we've displayed flex, we want to be able to see the container. So we're going to quickly put a border. And for that border, I'm going to say 2 pixel solid red. So that we can see the border around what we are working with. And as you can see, this is the section in which it is contained currently, but we want this section to fill up the full width. So here in our top navigation bar, we can add a width of 100%. And let's see if that changes anything. That didn't change anything. That's probably because the parent width also needs to be 100%. And the parent width of our top nav here, you can see, is our hero content. So we're going to go to our style and then make the hero content a width of also 100%. Now you can see that this completely fills the background, but we want this to come to this far right. And to do that, we are going to use a specific CSS property. So I'm going to say justify content, and I want it to be space between. Now with this, you can see that we have our items spread across the page, but your container has to be able to have the specific width before it can spread the items across. Now the next thing we want to do is to make this nav link item also flex on the same line. Now to spread these link items on the same row, I'm going to go back to our code, and here in our index.html, I want to give this on ordered list a class of nav links. Now in our HTML, I want to be able to target nav links, and then I want to make it display flex. And with display flex, you can see that we have all this on the same line. We can also give it a gap. If you're using flex or grid, you can go ahead and give it a gap, and that just keeps a spacing between the items. So we are going to give it a spacing of 20 pixels, and you can see that the text are spaced out properly. You also want to be able to target the anchor tag in them and remove the decoration, which is this underline and these bullet points and the text color. So I'm going to target the A tag. So I'm going to come here and I'm going to say nav dash links A tag, and for this I'm going to say text decoration none. As you can see, we've removed the underline that is in the link item, but we still need to remove the bullet point that is here, and this bullet point is probably coming from the unordered list item rather than the anchor tag. So here in our index.html, we want to target each of this list item because this is where the bullet points are. So we can say nav links with the tag of li. So I'm going to say nav links with the li tag. Here we can go ahead to do list style, which is the style of each list item, and we want to also make it none. If we go back to our code, we do not have that bullet point again, and this is looking like what we want. Next is to align the logo and this list item on the same row so that it stays in the middle. And to do that, here on our top nav bar, we can also add a CSS property of align items, and we can say center. And with this, it gets the logo and the link item on the same row. We still have to add some spacing before and after, and we are going to get to that in a bit. Now let's reduce the size of this brand identity, which is this logo item here. So here in our HTML, where we have the container that's holding our image, I'm going to give it an ID. So this is a typical example of where to use an ID, because we won't be having this logo image at any other top navigation bar. This is unique across the website. So here we can call this an ID, and we can call it brand ID. Now in our style.css, we can go ahead and give this brand ID a style. So I'm going to say brand ID, and to target an ID, we know that we are going to use an hashtag, then the name of that ID, which is brand ID, and then I want to give it a specific width. So for the width, I'm just going to say 160 pixel, and here you can see that this is a lot better. This looks so much better. And then we can remove this hero image since we are not using it for anything at the moment. We can also close up this extension live server, and we have something really nice and simple. But before we go ahead to take out the red border and finish up our top navigation bar, here in at style.css, I want to make a few changes to the CSS that we already have. As you can see, we have this image tag here set to a width of 100%, and this is going to target all the image tags on our website, and we don't want to have that settings applied to all the image tags. So we are going to go ahead and specify the specific image tag that we want to give this. And if you check our HTML file, you can see that we are actually doing this for the image in this header section. So what we can do is to use the hero image class instead. And in our CSS, let's see if we have that hero image class. We do not have it, so we are just going to convert this image to hero image, and of course we want to add the full stop in front of this, and we should have the same thing. Nothing changes except for the brand ID that have changed in terms of its size. And here we can now go ahead to specify the brand ID image tag so that we can give it the 160 pixel that it was initially set to. So this is coming out nice. The next thing we want to do is to center our content to the middle, because if you take a look at our design, we can see that we have some margin before and after the content. You can see how neatly organized this is, and all the content on each section is starting from the same place. We want to keep this simple and organized to the center. And in order to achieve this, we are going to be using containers. So we are going to create a class name called container, and every time we want to put our content nice and neat in the center of our page, we are going to use the container tag. So enough talking, let's go back to our code. And in order to do that, I'm going to go to our HTML and take a look at all of the content inside our top navigation bar. Here you see we have our top nav, and inside our top nav you see we have our brand ID, which is the logo of the company, and then the top navigation bar. Now these two items is what we want to wrap in a container. So I'm going to open up a div here, and I'm going to give it a class of container. I'm going to copy the closing tag, and I'm going to put it at the end of our nav. So if you close up this container, you can see that it contains all of the content inside our top navigation bar. Now let's go ahead and style this container. Back in our CSS, I'm going to create a container class, and this container class is basically going to have a maximum width. So I'm going to give this a maximum width of 1200 pixel. And if I go back to our website, you can see that we now have some weird behaviors on our top navigation bar. So we are going to go ahead and fix this. Now, still inside this class where we have this container, we also want to have another CSS to help us fix this problem. And here I can call it navbar content. So with this navbar content, we are going to give it a style. Back in our CSS, just below the top nav, or just below the container, I'm going to give this a class of navbar content. And a class of navbar content basically wants to have all of the CSS, like the display flex, because of course we want to display the items flex. And then we also want to use this justify space between. And then we want to also align items to the center. We also want to set the width to 100%. As you can see, it's now taking 100%, but remember we have the container class on top, and the container class is saying this should have a maximum width of 1200 pixel. So here we have some extra space on the far right here, and what we want to do, just like the way we have in our Figma file or in our Figma design, we want to spread this space evenly. We want to have some space before and after, and we are going to do this in our container class. So back in our container class, where we set the maximum width to be 1200 pixel, we also want to add a margin with a value of auto. We are going to have space before and after. And if you go ahead and reduce the size of this, you can see that it keeps maintaining this space before and after. So this is what we are trying to achieve. We can go ahead and remove the red border that is around this. So for this, we don't have to use the justify content space between anymore. We actually do not have to justify its content. We're just going to leave it the way it is, and everything will still work just as fine. Even the align center items is no longer needed because we've been able to use this navbar content to apply those CSS instead of the top navigation bar. Now, if you have a top navigation bar that has, let's say, a background color, so this will be the right place to add it. So you can now come here and do something like background color. Let's use a weird background color so that it's obvious. So you can now see that you can add a background color to this. Let's change the color to something else. Let's try this bright yellow. So you can now change the color to this, and this is the use of properly arranging your CSS so you can have your background color and still have your navbar content properly arranged. And if you also go ahead to reduce the browser size or increase it, this still remains in the middle. So we've been able to achieve our header and our top navigation bar. I'm going to take out this background color, and you can see that our website is coming out really nice. So next to our top navigation bar, the next thing we want to focus on is the main content of this hero section.
Now, another really important thing to consider is how your website will behave on a mobile view or on a smaller viewport. To check that out, I'm going to open up the Inspect tab, and let's try to reduce this to see how it's going to behave. Now, the first thing you notice is as it gets smaller, anything less than 1200 pixels, the content begins to hit the wall, and we really don't want that. And as soon as it gets really small, it begins to break, and you can see all of this weird behavior on our header. We are going to fix that. We are going to create the mobile responsive version. So let's close this up and head back to our index.html. One thing I want to do is to make sure all of my folders and files are on small caps, because I don't want to begin to mix things up. So right here also in our index.html, I'm going to make this a small cap and this, and I think I'm satisfied with this. So we wanted to add padding to this, which is our navbar content. Let's open up the style.css, and down here in our navbar, we can go ahead and add a padding. We know that we can add the padding to the top, right, bottom, and left respectively in a clockwise motion. So at the top, let's first use a padding of 0 pixel at the top, then 32 pixel on the right, 0 pixel on the bottom, and 32 pixel on the left. This is the top, right, bottom, and left. So we can even create a comment here that reminds us of this: top, right, bottom, and left. And if you want to create, or if you want to add similar values to the top and bottom and similar values to the right and the left, just like the way we have here, you can also use just two values to depict that. The first is going to be the y-axis, which is the vertical spacing, the top and the bottom, and the next is going to be the horizontal spacing, which is the x-axis, and it's the left and the right. So I'm going to remove this first one that we have here and leave this second one because it's cleaner. And if you go back to our website, now we are missing our image, and I believe it's from the changes we made here. So I'll just revert that. And if we go back to our website and we go to the Inspect tab, let's reduce this, and you can see once it's smaller, we have this spacing before and after. I think I want to add a top spacing. So in the top and bottom here, we can make this 8 pixel. And I feel like this is okay. So the next thing we need to consider is the link item. On a smaller version, we want this to drop to the next line, and this means we now need to start making use of media queries. Media queries allows us to specify a specific set of CSS for a specified viewport. And in order to do this, in our style.css, all we have to do is to create a media query just like this and add the values you want, if it's a minimum width or a maximum width. In this case, I want it to be a maximum width of 768 pixel, and then we just want to go ahead and write our CSS inside of this. This simply means I want this CSS to be read as long as the width is not more than 768 pixel. And here what we want to do is to target this navbar content, and we want to give it a different CSS here. What we need to do is to change the display from flex back to block. So by default, our div are arranged in a block format, so we are reverting it back to the default view. Back on our website, if we reduce this, we can see that this is dropping down to the next line as soon as the value here is less than 768, which is what we want. Now, on a much smaller viewport, let's select a mobile view, iPhone 12 Pro. We can see that this is still breaking. So this means that we still probably need to break these link items down on a smaller viewport. There's also supposed to be an additional link here, which is the home link. Usually the brand ID serves as the home link, but sometimes I also like to specify the home because it's nice for users who do not know about that to see that there is a link directly linking them back to the home. So here we have this number of links, and since we are not using JavaScript, we won't be able to create like a hamburger and create a visibility status for the mobile viewport. So we have to place all of the links right here, but then we have to break it down into two lines where we have the first line and then the second line. And to do this, let's make these link items to have a display of grid because we want to use the grid layout. Here in our CSS, we can then target the link items, which is this nav links. You can see where we are setting the display to flex. We are going to copy this and we are going to give it a different CSS here. Let's remove this gap, and for the display, we are changing this to grid. And if you go back to this website, you can see that this layout have changed, but this isn't still the goal. We want this to spread out in two lines, and in order to achieve that, you're going to have to use the grid template row and grid template column. So let's add that grid template column, and for the grid template column, you're just going to make this auto. So this specifies the number of columns you want, and here we can see that this can contain 3 columns. So I've been able to spread this on 3 columns. You can see this. And for the grid template row, we want to do the same thing. We're going to use auto for all the values, and we have the same and everything seems the same, but I want to reduce the spacing between this home and the testimonial. So I'm going to set a specific value, and it can be 10 pixel. I do think this looks a lot better, and the spacing between the Gen X and this, I want to add a little padding at the bottom here, or margin. So on the brand ID here, where we have the brand ID and the image, I want to take only this brand ID div, and I want to add a padding bottom of 10 pixel. So you can see there's a little space as soon as it gets on the mobile view. But if we go ahead and increase this back to how it's supposed to be, nothing breaks and the web still retains its original view. So our top navigation bar is looking okay and it's responsive. I believe we don't have a mobile phone that is less than 330 pixels, so you won't have to bother if this is a lot smaller. But for mobile phones that are of the regular sizes like the iPhone SE, the XR, some of these templates we have a very decent layout for the top navigation bar. The next thing to consider is our background image. You can see that the background image is not looking good. So what we can do is to increase the height. So what we can do is to increase the height of this background image on the mobile viewport. So let's target the background image. This is where we are setting the CSS for the hero image. So let's copy this and paste it here. But now we want to set a specific height, and for the height we can use a height of 100 viewport height. So it takes the height of whatever device you're using and gives that image that particular height, so it covers the entire screen. So you can see here that it fills up the entire screen. Now we have to fix this stretching effect, and to do that you're going to give this an object fit of cover. And this is looking much better. Now you can use some positioning to arrange the part of the image that you want to be visible. But in our case, I'm going to leave it like this. And we're going to go ahead to move on to other aspects because there's quite a lot of things we need to cover. So we've been able to create a responsive header section. And this seemed to be cool. So once it drops from 768, you can see the responsive effect that we have.
So the next thing from here is to add our hero text. And in order to start adding our hero text, we're going to go back to our index.html. And as you can see in this hero content, the hero content currently have our top navigation. If you collapse this top navigation, you can see that this is the only div inside our hero content. So we are going to go ahead and create another div, and this div is going to contain our hero text. So I'm going to give it a class of hero text. Before we go ahead and start adding the content of this hero text, I quickly want to make a change to our top nav. So I'm going to open this up, and what I want to do is to create a different div wrapper for the navbar content. So I want to wrap the ID and this navigation in this navbar content. So I'm going to create a div, and this div is going to have a class of navbar content. So I'm going to cut out the navbar content and paste it inside of this class. But I want to wrap everything here in this particular div. So I'm going to cut the closing tag and then paste it at the end of this navbar. So you can see that on our navbar contents div, we have our brand ID and our nav links. And this navbar contents div is also wrapped in the container, which is used to make the content stay in the middle. And then this container is also wrapped in the entire top navigation, just in case you want to put a background to this top navigation bar. So here you have your top navigation, and we've started creating our hero text. So in the hero text, of course, we are going to have two elements. Number one is the H1. And for the H1 tag, let's go and copy the content in the H1 tag. So back in our Figma file, you can see that the content here just says next generation digital solution. So I'm going to copy this, and in our H1 tag, I'm going to paste this in. And next to our H1 tag, we also want to have a P tag. And this P tag is going to be this content here. So I'm going to copy this text, and then I'm going to paste it here also, just so that we don't have to scroll to the end of the page to see the rest of our content. I'm going to go to the top of my page here, and on view, on this view tab, I'm going to select word wrap. That way it keeps all our code in the center of the page without having to scroll left or right. So here we have our H1, and we have our P tag. If we open up our browser, you can see how this looks. So here we are having this weird look, and that's because back in our CSS file here, we have to remove this particular display flex on our top nav. since we've changed the structure by bringing in this navbar content on a different div. So if you go back to your browser, you can see that everything looks fine now. But for our hero content, which is this text, we have to start styling it to make it look exactly like this. Now, the first thing is also going to be to contain our elements in the middle, just like the way we are doing. You can see how this one starts, and we already have our container class for that. So we are going to wrap our hero text in a container class. So I'm going to create a div, and I'm going to cut the closing tag of this div and paste it at the end of our hero text div. Then this div is also going to have a class, and it's going to have the container class. Now, with this, if we go to our browser, you can see that our item is starting from the beginning here. You can also see that this is not starting from the same line, and if you can remember, that's because we added padding to this. We added padding to the left and right and to the top and bottom. So this means for every element that is coming in to use this container class, we are also going to be adding this padding, and we don't want that. So back in our CSS here, we're going to go to where we add this padding, and for the top and bottom, I'm going to leave it at 8 pixels, but for the left and right, I'm going to make it 0 because I don't want to have padding on the left and right. Instead, I want to put this padding on the container. So on my container tag here, I'm going to have a padding. For the top and bottom, it's going to be 0, and for the left and right, it's going to be 32 pixels. And once you have this, you can see that both of them are on the same line because we've now added the padding to the container. And since both of them, both the top navigation and the hero text is wrapped in the container, they all look alike. So the next thing is to bring this text all the way down. So we need to have like a margin top for this text. And you can see we have a class of hero text. So in our style, we're going to go ahead and target that hero text. And for this hero text, you're going to give it a margin top of 200 pixels. And this is looking okay. The next thing we want to do is this particular text, which is the P tag. You can see that this is spanning way across, and we don't want that. So we want to give it a maximum width. We don't want it to exceed a certain width. And we want to add that to the entire hero text section. And here in our index.html, we want to also target the hero text like this and have a maximum width of 700 pixels. So we can see that the text here is limited. Now, the next thing we are going to do is to increase the size of this text, which is the H1 text. So in our CSS, we are going to target the hero text, and we want to target the H1 tag in the hero text class. And for this, we want to give it a font size of 90 pixels. So this is looking good. We have this looking nice, but I think the top margin is a little too much. So I'm going to reduce it a little bit more. So for the top margin, we can give it 180 pixels. And this is much better. So we want to also add some more styling. We want to reduce the letter spacing and also the line height of this. And for the letter spacing, we can give it -2 pixels. Also for the line height, we can give it 1.4. So, and I think this should be good. All right, so for the line height is still kind of tricky. So we can give it a line height of, let's say 0.9. All right, this is fine. So the next thing we want to do is to change the font type. So you can see that this font type is not the same thing as this font type here. So we are going to go ahead and get the font type. Now in our Figma file, you can see that we have a little style guide here that tells us the fonts that are being used. Here you can see for the heading font, we are using this Bricolage Grotesque, and we are going to go ahead and add that. So in our style.css here, we can go ahead and easily just specify the font family, and you can put a string and then put the name of the font itself. In our case is this. Make sure you get the spelling right, Bricolage Grotesque. And then you want to specify the type of font that this is, and it's obviously a sans serif. So if you go back to our browser to preview this, so let's go to here, you can see that the text have changed, the font type have changed, but this isn't exactly the font type that we want. If you check the Figma file, you can see that this looks a little bit more curly and it is kind of unique, and this isn't giving the exact type of fonts that we want. So what we need to do in this case is to go ahead and make use of Google Fonts, right? If this font is part of the Google Fonts available, then you can use it directly. Else you will need to download the font file and then attach it to your HTML. But let's go to our style.css and copy this exact font. I don't want to have to retype this all over again. So we're just going to copy this and then open up Google Fonts. And then we can search for this particular font. So we can see that it's here, we can find this. So you open this up, and once you open this up, you can see this button at the top right that says Get Font. On clicking on this, it can give you a link to embed the link to the font in your HTML. So here you can click on Get Embed Code, and here you can see the link to this. You can go ahead and just copy this link directly, copy the entire thing, and back in your index.html, you want to add that link to the top of your page, which is on your head section. So I'm going to paste what we just copied right here, and you actually don't have to paste everything. You can take out this pre-connect and the Google API and also this static cross origin, and leave just the link to the font. Let's go to view and also make this word wrap. So here we have the link to the font that we need. Now let's check our browser to see if this have reflect. You can see that this looks so much better, and it looks exactly like the font that we're trying to replicate. But we have to still make some changes. I think our font size is too big, and we are going to reduce that. So back in our style.css, we can reduce the font size from 90 pixel all the way to 80 pixel. And I think this should do. Also for this p tag, I want to reduce the width of this p tag to be a lot smaller than the original width of this particular hero text section. So we are going to target the p tag, but before we do that, we also want to keep a little spacing below this h1. So back in our CSS on the h1, still on the h1, we want to add a margin bottom, and this margin bottom is going to have 10 pixel as its value, and you can see we have this little space below. So for our p tag, we want to target the hero text dot hero text and the p tag, and here the first thing we want to do is to add a maximum width, and for this max width we want to make it a lot smaller than this original maximum width that is holding the entire hero text section. So we are going to make it 600 pixel, and you can see that this is looking so much better. So the next thing is to change the font type of our paragraph tag. In order to change the font type of this p tag, we are going to do the same thing we did for the h1 tag. So first we are going to go to our Figma file, and we are going to identify the font type that was used for the body section. Here you can see is the plus Jakarta Sans font type, and to get this font type, of course, we're going to go to Google and also search for this particular font type. So here in the search section, I'm also going to type in this font, which is this, and then you can go to get fonts and then get embed code. So you can go ahead and copy this embedded link here. I'm going to copy this, and you can see here also they are providing you the CSS classes that you can use to be able to use this particular class. But let's just take only the link first and go to our index.html and paste the link right under the link of the h1 tag. We have two fonts, but we want to use this second one, which is the plus Jakarta Sans, for every other part of the website, right? So as you can see in our website, we also have this top navigation bar, And as you can see, the top navigation bar is not exactly the same font that's been used in the design. So this is also the Plus Jakarta Sans. This website uses two fonts, the header tag and the body tag. So we want to make our default font for this website this particular font type. What we are going to do is we're going to go back to our style.css, and at the top here where we are targeting the entire page, this is where I want to specify the font that we are using. So here we want to specify the font type, or the font family rather. And here on the font family, you can scroll to see the available default font families that are here. But we want to specify this one that we are using from Google, which is the Plus Jakarta Sans. And so you don't miss any spelling, you can obviously just come here and copy this font family serif here and then just paste it instead of trying to type it all out. So once you do this, if you go back to our website, you can see that everything has been updated. Our links have changed and this particular section have also changed. Now let's change the color of these navigation link items and also adjust a few things. Back in our CSS code here where we have the text decoration for the nav link and the anchor tag, we also want to make the color to be black. Another thing we want to do is to make the font size a little smaller. So for the font size, we're going to make this 14 pixel. And for the font weight, we also want to make it a little thicker and we're going to make this 500. Now, if you're wondering where we got the value of 500 from, in our index.html header where we bring in the link tag, you can see that the font weight accepts some values which could range from 200 to like 800. And if you go to the Google font where we got this, you can see it clearly here stated that for the weights, use a value from 200 to 800. Some fonts have different varieties or different variation or range of weights that they accept. And this can be mapped to semantic values like bold, semi-bold, regular or medium. So that's basically what we are doing. So back in our index.css, we're going to make this font size 500. And you can see that we've made some adjustments to this and this is looking really nice. So we are also going to do the same thing for these sub menu items here on this hero text p tag. So down here where we have the hero text p tag, aside from having a maximum width, we also want to add a font size and we want to make this a little bigger. So we are going to make this 18 pixel. Then I'm going to increase the line height a little bit from 1 to 1.4. Then for the font weight, I'm going to make this a little lighter, so it's going to be 300. So this looks good. Let's add a little hover animation on these link items and then a button right here. Back in our CSS, for the nav link, I just want to copy this nav link anchor tag and I'm going to remove everything that we have in it. So for this, I'm going to add colon hover. This means I want to target this element when it is being hovered on, right? So here we can go ahead and add a color. I want to change the text to blue. I think we have the brand blue that we used somewhere, not at the moment. So I'm just going to use this blue. And then for the font weight, we are going to make the font weight 600. So this way, once a user hover on this section, they can see this little nice interaction. Now let's add our button. In our index.html file, we're going to just add the button at the end of this div. So we have the header, we have this paragraph, and then we are just going to add the button tag here. So our button by default comes with a type of submit. You can also go ahead to define it, but if you do not define it, it's going to by default be the submit button for whatever form it's being used. And we are going to give it a class. I'm not going to put anything in this class for now. We are going to build this gradually. So let's close up our button tag. And in the button, in our Figma file here, we can see that the button says contact us. If we check what we have currently, you can see what the button currently looks like, and this is not looking good at all. So we can go ahead and start removing some of the default styling that comes with a button. So we are going to take our button tag And back in our CSS, down here, we are going to paste our button, and then we are going to try to target it and remove all of the default styling that comes with it. For example, there is a border around it, and we want to make that border 0. We also have a background color around it. We want to make the background color to maybe be our brand background color, like blue. And by this way, we can go ahead and start removing the default styling and then add our own style. But by default, I want to remove all of this default style with just one CSS property, which is this all, and the value is going to be on set. And with this, you can see that all of the default style have been removed. Now we can go ahead and start adding our button. And to do that, I'm going to create a different class, and I'm going to call this class BTN primary. So first, we are going to give our button the class of BTN primary. So this is supposed to hold our primary button stylings. Now let's go ahead and start styling our primary button. Back in our CSS file, just below this button, I'm going to paste in this class, and we are going to go ahead and add some styling to this. So first, we want to add some padding at the top and on the bottom, also on the left and right. So I'm going to do padding 24 pixel on the top and bottom, and 48 pixel on the left and on the right. Then I want to add a background color of blue. We're still going to change this blue to the primary color of the website, which, if we go to our design, I think we should just get this now. If we haven't, this is 0328AA. So here we can just go ahead and add that value directly, and then even this hover section where we did the hover for the link, we will also change this blue to the primary color of the website. And I think this is nice. So for the background color here with our button, you can see that this is what we have currently. Let's change the text of this button. We can get that by saying color, and we want the text to be white, which is good. Let's add a little bit of space from the text down to the button, so we can do a margin top. A margin top of 20 pixels should be fine. This is good. We also want to have a little bit of rounded corner, so we can do a border radius of 8 pixels. And I think this is very good. So we've been able to add our button, and also our nav links item works, and it's using the primary color of the website. So our header section is looking really good. We can go ahead to move to other sections of this website. Now we've already designed everything we need for this hero section, and we can go ahead to the next section in the design, which is this partner section here that have like list of logos. So let's go ahead and create this section here. Back in our index.html file, we've been able to finish up the entire hero and header section. So we are done with this header section. What we want to do is to go ahead and create another div, and for this div we can also use the HTML5 syntax of section, but going forward I'm going to use div for other sections. So for this div, we are going to call this div partner. So we are going to give it a class of partners. So if we want to style this is what we are going to target. So partners. And inside this div, we have two sections. We have the section that contains the text, which is the title and the subtitle of that section, and we have the section body. So here I'm going to name all this text area, I'm going to name it section header, right? So I'm going to create another div inside of this, and for this div it's going to have a class of section header. Okay, so for the section header, we are going to have, of course, a H1, H2, or H3 tag. It depends. So let's take a look at the Figma design. So this section here, I'm going to bring back the side menu, and this section here is H4, right? And we can access the styling of the H4 from here. So here we can go ahead and give it a H4. And for this H4, we're going to pick the title here, select the title, and then paste it right here. Now we also have a subtitle section, so we are going to use a p tag and get the content of this p tag and paste it in. So here we see what this is looking like currently. I'm going to remove this font. We don't need this tab anymore, so we only need the Figma design and what we are working on. So we can see that this is looking good, but for this title, we want the title to have this same font that we are using here. So we are going to go ahead and target our title. So for the H4, I'm going to give it a class of section title. So we can have a section title, and in our style.css, we are going to scroll down here and have a class of section title. And for that section title, we want to use this particular font family. So back here, you can see that these have changed, but the text, the subtext will still remain the same. The next thing I want to do is to arrange this text to fit in the middle, just like the way we have every other thing. So we created a class for that, which is the container class. So I'm going to wrap all of this partner section in a container class. So a class of container, and I'm going to take the closing div and then paste it at the end of this header section. So you can see that the partner section is inside of this container, and back in our code, we can see it's now aligned. So for this partner section, I also want to give it a CSS style to be able to have some margin at the top. So in our style.css, we are going to also target partners, and partners is before the section title. So we're gonna say partners, and for partners, we want to have a margin top of 20 pixels. I think that's fair. So for this title, let's increase this font size. Let's check out the font size back in our Figma file, and the font size of the H4 is 24 pixels, as you can see here. So where we have our section title, we also want to make the font size 24 pixels. Now let's go ahead and add the images for this partner section. As you can see here in the design, all these brand logos. So back in our index.html, we're going to come down here and create a section, which is a div, and I'm going to give that div a class of partners content. So this is going to hold all the images, and inside this we are going to have images. So we've already created an image element here, so I'm just going to copy this and I'm going to paste this in. Of course, we don't want to use the class name of hero image, so I'm going to change this to client image, and we are going to create this class later, but for now this is what we are going to use. And for the name of the file, if you check our image section, you can see we have a client folder and we have all of this company logo inside of this client folder. So let's change the directory. So it's in images and inside of clients. So we can select logo 1, and then we can copy this and duplicate this like 6 to 7 more times, and then change the name to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then I think the last one is just the name without the number. So if we go back to our HTML and CSS, this is what we have currently. We just have all of the logos just here. Now I want to flex all the logos on the same row, so I'm going to use the display flex on this partners content. I'm going to copy this class, and here in our style.css, I'm going to target the partners content, and I'm going to give it a display of flex. Now this is what we have. This is going to just span across the entire website. I want to give each image a specific width. So we are going to target each image, and we already have a class that is on each of this image item, which is the class image. So I'm going to copy this, and then in our style.css, let's target the client image and give it a width of 120 pixels. So this is good, but we want to span all of these image items across this entire width. So the first one starts from here and the last one starts from here. And I'm going to give it a little margin bottom so that this can come up a little and it's easier to see. So in our partners here where we have the margin top, let's give it a margin bottom of 300 pixels. And this should look much better. This is good. So we can easily see what we are working on. Now let's span these items across the entire width. So in our partner content here where we've displayed flex, we also want to have a justified content of space between. Now you're going to see that the last item gets to the end here, which is amazing. But we are still having this issue where the images are stretched. So we are going to target the client image, the specific image container itself, and give it an object fit of contain. That way, the image just contains the exact container that's have been provided to it, and we have something that looks like this. I think this is not bad. So let's give it a little margin at the top, which is this partner's content. We can give it a little margin top of 20 pixels. And I think this is fine. So the next section we're going to be working on is the about section. Here in our Figma file, you can see the about section basically has two columns, an image on the left and this text on the right. So the first thing we are going to do is to go to our index.html file, and just below the container of this partner section, we are going to also create another div tag. And this div tag is going to have a class of about section. And inside our about section, we are going to have two elements. The first is going to be our image. So we are going to grab this image again. I don't want to have to retype it all over again. And then take off this class. We are going to go ahead and add its class later. And for the source, let's change the directory name to the about image. Here in the images folder, we can see the about img here. So we are going to name this about img. So this should work just fine for the about image. And for our image, let's take a look and see the image if it's now here. So this is the image we are using. Here in our index.html, we also want to have another div which is going to hold both the title and the paragraph. And for the title, if you select this title section here, you can see that this is h3. And you can see that the h3 also has this particular styling. So we are going to work with the h3 tag. Now inside this div, we are going to have a h3, and the h3 is basically going to be this about us text. I'm going to copy this and paste it in here. We are also going to have a paragraph text. So I'm going to copy this entire paragraph and paste it inside of this paragraph text. Once we do this, we can see our text here on our website. We also need to update the styling of the title and also the paragraph. So here on the h3, I want to give this a class of section title. And this is going to be a reusable class across all the title of other sections. And if you notice back in our websites, you can see that these have changed, but we also want to make this bigger because it is actually bigger than the initial section title we created. So for this, I'm going to rename this to section title small, and then this is just going to be the default section title because this is more common across the different sections, just like you're seeing here. So in our style.css, where we have our section title, we are going to target that, which should be here, and make this section title dash sm, which implies section title small. I'm also going to copy this and paste, so we have another one, and this will be the default section title. In our index.html, where we use the section title, which is here, let's change the name to section title SM. In our style.css, where we've created the default section title, we can go ahead and increase the styling from here to whatever we want. But in our Figma here, the section title has a font size of 36. So we are going to make this 36 pixel. Back on our website, this should have changed to a much larger text, and we have our section title SM being used in this location. Now, the next thing we need to do to this section to start having a good visual view of what it looks like is to place a flex on the image and the content. In our index.html, we are going to target this about section that holds both of these elements, the image and the text. So this about section is what we are going to target. And for our about section, we are going to say .about-section. And for this, we want to give it a display of flex. Now this looks weird because this image is actually really big, and you can see this being squeezed on the right here, which is not what we want. So one more thing we can do is for this section where we have the image, we can give the image a specific width. So here we'll call this about section/img, and we can take this class to target this particular image and give it a specific width. So we have to make this a class and give it a width of 600 pixel. So this is looking a lot better. We can see our image and text. Now let's reduce the margin bottom in this position, which is this. We can reduce the margin bottom to 60 pixel, which should be decent. And then we can have a gap between the image and the text here. So down in our about section, we can have a gap, and this gap can be of 40 pixel. So this is looking better. Another thing we need to do is to make this image and the text center aligned. So for this, still on the about section, we're going to select the align items and make this center. Now the text is center aligned, but we also need to add a little bit of style to the text. So we're going to add a class in the index.html on this p tag. Or if you don't want to add a class, you can go ahead and select the p tag of the about section. So you can do something like about section dot about section, then the p tag, and you can make the styling you want. Here I want to increase the line height to be 1.6. So this is good for the line height. I also want to have a font weight of about 200 pixel, or just 200. So this is not pixel values, this is just 200. So this is good, and there is progress. We've been able to convert like a good percentage of our website up until this point. There's still a lot of things to consider. Like I think the font size of this section is a lot smaller. So let's make the font size to be 14 pixel. So this is it. Maybe we also need to reduce the width of the image from 600 pixel to around 480 pixel. And this actually looks more like it, but we can see this section stretching across, and that seemed to be too much. Let's make this 540. And let's increase the gap to be 50 pixel. So I think this is not bad. Or let's just leave it at 600. Okay, so while this looks good, there's still a number of things we need to adjust. As you can see on the real one here, the width for this is a lot smaller. So what we are going to do is where we target the P tag, we're also going to add a padding, and on the left and on the right, let's do a 12 pixel. Let's do 0 pixel top and bottom, and then 12 pixel left and right, if that will help anything. So it does help, but we can see the title is not responding. So instead of putting this on the P tag, we should probably create a class on this div container that holds the entire text and call this about section dash text. So that's the text section. So we can then go here and target the about section text, and then we can give it a padding of 0 pixel top and bottom and 12 pixel. I think 12 pixel was a little small, so 32 pixel left and right, and this seems better. Let's do a 42 pixel left and right. I think I prefer this. Okay, and for the image, we are probably going to do the same or just reduce the width to 560 or 580. Let's see if that helps by any means. And also this spacing, which is the margin bottom of the partner section here, maybe we want to make this a little more to 100 pixel. And I think this is okay. I mean, it's not exactly the way it is in the Figma design. I think here in the Figma, these images are a lot smaller. So let's try to reduce the width to 100 pixel here. And this seems to look a little better. So I think this is good to go for this particular section. And we also realize that here in the Figma design, this has two different sections. So what sets us apart should be another container. So what sets us apart from here? Let's see where that is and give it a line break. So right in the middle here, we can give this a line break, which is a self-closing tag, and then it drops this to the next line. So this is okay. Let's see if we can give it 2 line breaks, and this is much better. So we are done with the about section. We are going to go to the next section, which is this our services section. So let's go to that. Here in our index.html file, we can see that our about section is also contained in this container where we have our partners. You can see an about, and this is because all of these items are contained in the middle, which is fine. And we can keep going with the same way and add our service section. So just underneath here, I'm going to add another div, and this div is going to have a class of services section. So this services section here also have a title and a subtitle, and we've done something similar with the partner section. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it here in the services section. So here we have the div with section header, and inside we have a h4 and we have a p tag. So here you can see we are copying a section title small, but we want to use the default section title just the way we used here in this h3, and you can see this is h3. So we are going to change this h4 to h3. So we have section title of h3, then we have this p tag. For the p tag, we can have a class on it and call this section subtitle, so that we can also have a unified styling for all section subtitle. So this is going to be called section subtitle. And then we are also going to change the content here for our service. We're going to copy this text and rename this to our service. I think I'm going to add a lot of space, so this is moved up, and then I'm going to copy this description and paste it right here. Back in our website, we should have something that looks like this. So let's add some margin so that we can see this clearly. Now in our service section, I'm going to copy this class and create a CSS styling for it. So I'm going to hit dots and then paste this name. For the services section, we want to add a margin top of 50 pixel. Let's say 100 pixel. And then a margin bottom of 300 pixel. So this is what this looks like currently, and it's not bad. So let's keep going. So for the subtitle, which is the header subtitle, I want to reduce the font size. So let's have a class of section subtitle. And for section subtitle, we want to target the font size and bring this down to 13 pixel. This seems to be much better. We also want to limit its width. So we are going to add a maximum width, which is a max width of about 400 pixel. Let's make it 600 pixel. We also want to reduce the font weight. So for the font weight, we can drop the font weight down to 300 or 300, not 300 pixel. So this looks decent for our section header. And then we can go ahead to add all of the contents. Now on the Figma file, we can see here we have 3 cards. First, let's focus on creating one card and later create other cards. So back in our index.html, just under the section header here, we can have another div. This div is what is going to contain or hold all the cards. And this div can be called, let's give it a class of section content. Or so that this is much more explanatory, we can say services section content. For section header, because we can use it exactly this way across different sections without changes, we can have this general naming convention, but for its content, we can call it services section content. And this is going to have a div, so we are going to create a card. And for this card, let's give it a class name of services card. So services card, and services card basically has 3 items in it, which is the image, the title of the card, and then a little description. So the first thing we are going to bring in is an image. I'm going to copy this image and just bring it in here. And then the next is going to be a H1 tag, but we do not know if this is actually going to be a H1. So let's go to our Figma and find out. Here you can see this is a H4 tag, and let's open this H4 and check out the styling. So for this, we are going to make it a H4 tag, and we're going to copy the very first card title here and paste it right here. We also need to have another P tag, which is going to hold the description, and we can get the description from here and then paste it right here. For this H4 tag, we can give it also a class of service card title. And then for the description, we can also give it a class of service card description. So we have this right now, which is amazing. Let's change the image and begin to style our card. Also, let's add more space between this header section and the about content. So here you can see that this is divided into 2, the header section and this. On our service section content here, we can add a margin top. This naming have become very long, but we are just going to have to work with that. So here in this, we can have a margin top of 20 pixel. Does that work? Maybe 48 pixel. Fair. And then let's change the image. Here we have this image, software solutions, and in our image section here we have services and we have software. So in our index here where we have our image, let's rename this. So we are going into the services directory and then we are trying to get the software PNG. Okay, so this is what this looks like. And for the image, we need to reduce its height and also its width. In the design file here, you can see that this is about 386 by 220 pixel. So here where we have this, we don't want to use this name. Remember, we copied this and this is from the about section. Let's give it services card img. So we can go ahead and copy this, and in our CSS, we can target this and have a specific width of about 400 pixels. I can't remember the exact values, and a height of about 248, a height of about 248 pixels. Now this looks so much better. We also want to limit this particular section to those values. So here where we have a width of 400 pixels, we want to give it to the entire service card. So we are going to have a class of service card. And this service card is going to have a width of 400 pixels. So this is called services card. I think I missed an S here. So services card. This is looking good. Let's work on the title and also the paragraph section and the spacing. So for the title in our index.html, we can see here we are using the services card title. So let's copy the services card title and have targeted here in our CSS. So for the services card title, let's copy some of the information that we used in the section title SM. Here, let's just copy both the font size and the font family and paste it right here. For the font size, I think I want to make this a little smaller, so 18 pixels should be good. And this is what we have. And then for the paragraph text, so we can have this, and then we can target the text with the services card description right here. And we can give this a font size because I also want to reduce the font size of this down to 14 pixels. Also want to reduce the font weight to 200. So this looks good. Let's make little spacing adjustments. So here in our services card, you can see we only have our image, H4, and our P tag. For the image where we have our services card, we can just add a little margin or padding below. So here we can target the image here, which is this services card image. We can have a margin bottom of 10 pixels. And this should push this downward a little bit. Let's try 24 pixels. And I think this is good. Also for the title, where we have this title, we can have a padding bottom of 10 pixels so that there's some space between the text and the description. I think 10 pixels is quite a lot, so maybe 8 pixels. And this seems fair. So we have our first card. As you can see here, we are then going to duplicate this card into 3 places. So here we are going to go to our index.html, and you can see we have this first card. So let's copy this and paste it 3 more times. And here you're going to get something that looks like this. Now we want to select the main container that holds all this services content and flex the item all the way to the right. And here we have the service services section content right here. I don't know if we have a CSS style for it, so let's search for it. And yes, we do have the CSS style, and in this CSS we are only adding a margin top, which is probably the margin or the spacing between the header here and this body. So here we also want to create a display of flex. Now this looks good, but we want some spacing between this, so we can use gap of 20 pixel, and it's going to create a spacing of 20 pixel. I think we should make this a little bit more, so 32 pixel spacing should be just fine. You can also use the justify content space between in case your cards are not filling up the entire space. So this is looking good. We've been able to replicate 3 of our cards. So before we go ahead to change the content on each card, what I want us to do is to reduce the size or the width of this container. As you can see, it's exceeding the container that we wrap this around. So back in our style.css, here in the services card, we want to reduce the width of the services card to like 300 pixel. And if you can see also in the image, the services card image, we also have a width of 400. I think I want to change this from 400 to 100%. So it just takes 100% of this service card. So here you can see that this has taken shape and it is justified between. In short, if you go ahead and remove the gap here, if you remove the gap, you're going to see that nothing really changes, because with justify between, it's just going to spread the items in the container across from the beginning to the end. So I think what we are going to do is to adjust this width of this container up until the point where we are satisfied with the spacing in between them. So back in our style.css, instead of using 300 pixel, we can use up to 360 pixel. We can still take it up to 380 pixel, and this seems to be decent, so this is okay. And then for these services, for these contents, we want to increase like the line height, the space between each line of this paragraph. We are going to increase the line height and also start changing some of the content. Let's go back to our style.css, and as you can see here, the service card description, we are going to define the line height, and we can make it 1.6. I think this is decent. Looking at the design, you can see that this is very close. And for the content, we already have the first card, which is software solutions, ready. We are going to get the content for the next one. So we are going to copy this right here. And then back in our HTML page, we want to open this up. We can see the 3 cards that we have, and we want to change the title of the second card, consultation and procurement. We also want to get the content in it and update the second card. I'm going to switch to view and word wrap to have all of this properly wrapped. Then select this and replace it. Next is going to be the title for the last card. Back in our HTML, we replace it right here where we have the title. Also, we are going to grab the paragraph text and replace it right here. Good. Now we have all of this content updated. Let's also work on the images. So here for the first image, we are in service software, and for the second image, we want to grab something else. So we are going to reduce this. So we are going to cancel this and then select consultation.jpg. For the third image, we're going to remove this and then select business automation.jpg. And this is what we have currently. So guys, we are making progress and we've been able to convert the entire service section. Now we are going to move on to another section. Let's look at our Figma file here. And if I open up the prototype tab and scroll down, next to this, we have this why choosers section. And the why choosers section is almost the same layout with this. We have a card. We're going to duplicate it 2 more times and then have a background image basically. But this time we're going to add the background image using our CSS file rather than from our HTML. So we're going to use a different approach to achieve that. Let's get started. Back in our HTML and CSS file, let's close up the entire services section and close this up. So the next thing we want to do is open up a div tag, and for this div tag, it's going to have a class of why choose us. So I'm just going to abbreviate it to WCU and dash section. So just like we have services for services section and about for about section, we're going to use WCU for this section. After creating a div with a class of WC section, the section is going to have a section header and then the div wrapper that will contain all of the cards in the section. Remember, this is what we are trying to replicate at the moment. So let's create the title here. We're going to have a h3 tag, and this h3 tag, we have a class of WCU header title. Then let's copy the text right from here. I'm going to grab this text, which simply says why choose us, and paste it here. Next we need is the paragraph tag, which have the description. This is going to have a class of WCU header subtitle. Then we grab the subtitle from here and then paste it here. Now you're done with the header section. We can wrap this entire section in another div, which is the section that have both the header and the subtitle, because we might want to give it its own specific styling in terms of its wrapper and how much width we want it to contain. So we can give this a class of WCU header. Next to creating our header section, we also want to have a section that's going to hold all of its content. So let's create a div. And for this div tag, we are going to give it a class of section or WCU content. So this is going to hold all of the cards that we are going to be wrapping inside our why choose us content. And for the first card, let's grab a sample of a card from the services section. Let's open up the service section and grab a card. So I think this is a card from here. Let's copy this, close this up, and then here in our WC content right here, we want to paste in the first card. Now we can go ahead and change all of these services to WCU and then copy its properties and then make changes to it. But I don't want us to create a class on every single element and tag, because there is a more efficient way to target these elements down the tree. So let's remove all the classes from the p tag in the new card that we just pasted in our WC content section. Let's also remove the class of this title header section. Let's also remove the class of the image. So for this, it's WC content, and for the wrapper here, we can call this WCU card. That's very simple. Let's space this out. We are getting an error. So this is very simple. Now, when we want to add a style, if we want to target the p tag, we can use the .wcu card with the p tag, and that's a more efficient way. So we don't create a class every time just to add a CSS property to this. Now let's go ahead to start styling our container. But back in our website, let's take a look at what this looks like. And if I scroll down, you can see what this currently looks like. We are going to make adjustments to it, but let's start from the very top of the section. Here where we have the WCU section, let's go to our CSS and target it .wcu-section. And the first thing we want to do is to add a background color. So the background color here is this. So let's copy it and replace it with what is here, which is exactly the same thing that was there. In our code, we can see the result of this. We still have a number of changes to make. We can see that the Why Choose Us section is currently being wrapped inside of our container, which is not the kind of layout we are looking for. So we can collapse this Why Choose Us section and then also collapse this services section. Basically, we are trying to see how many of these layers are wrapped inside this container. As you can see this container, and you can see our Why Choose Us is wrapped inside the container. If you close up the container tag, you can see that all our elements is inside here, and that's why we are having that effect, and it's something you should be careful for. So what do? We select the entire WCU section, cut it, close up this container section, and then paste it outside the container. Once you do this, you're going to notice that we can see everything hitting the wall on the left and on the right here. But now we want to contain its content inside the middle, inside the container. Now we are going to wrap this WCU section inside a container. So we are going to have a div of container. Then I'm going to take the ending tag here, close the head section, close the content section, and wrap this around it. You can now see this spacing on the left and on the right, although the image is still very big, but we can now center our content in the middle. Let's target this image and make changes to it so that this page can start looking pretty. Back in our index.css, we are trying to target WCU card image elements. So style.css, we are going to create one of this WCU-card, and we want the img elements. For this, let's set a width of 400 pixel. And this is good for a start. We can see our change. So that we can see our text, let's select this entire WCU section and do a color of white. So it just changed all the text. So it basically changes all the text color to white. Now we also need some padding at the top and at the bottom. So let's call the padding. And for the top and bottom, we want to have 80 pixel top and bottom. And for left and right, we're going to have 0 pixel because we don't need any of that. So we have some space at the top and at the bottom, but we still have a lot of work to do on these card elements. The next thing to do is to add some spacing between the header and the body where we have this card. And back in our index.html, we can see that we have the WCU contents. We can copy this, and then style.css, we paste this just right here, add the full stop before, and for this we want to have a margin top of 60 pixel. So we do have some margin top. And for our card, we want to target our card also, so we can do WCU-card. We want this card to have a maximum width of 380 pixel. So this is what we have currently. We still need to make some adjustment to the text and to the body, but we already have some of these changes in the previous card, so we can go ahead and copy that. So we can see here we have the services card title. We can copy this entire CSS, and here where we have the services card, we can now target the WCU card, but here we need to target the H4 element. Remember, we didn't add a class to it, but we are going to be targeting it just like this. Paste in the CSS property, and here you can see that this title text have changed. Let's do the same thing for the paragraph. So we're going to target WCU card, and we need the P tag. And for this, let's grab this entire description, copy this, and paste it right here. So this looks so much better. Let's add some margin bottom from the image here. So back where we have the image right here, the card image, we can have a margin bottom of 10 pixel or 24 pixel. this seemed to be better. So we can now duplicate this card 3 more times, just the way we did for this initial section. But before we duplicate the card, there's still a number of things we need to do on this card. Looking at the design right here, you can see what this card looks like. Let's get the actual design from here. You can see this is the Figma link. So here you can see that the card, there's quite a number of things we need to work on. First, we need to have this background fill, then the image, and also the statistic section. Let's fix the image. For the image in our index.html, we want to go to not the services section. Here we want to go into the why choose us section, and then we want to select one of this icon, and let's select what's the first icon here. Should be the verify icon. So let's select the verified icon. Let's also grab the text while we are here. The first title here says proven results. Copy this and then replace the title here. For the paragraph text, we are going to also copy this and then replace it with what we have here. Back in our website, we are also going to make some adjustments like the line height, and you can see this image is too big. So let's go back here, style.css, where we have our image right here. We can make this 60 pixel, and this seems to be so much better. Okay, but what I want to do now is to add the background to this card so that we can start styling it to look just like this. Back in our index.html, in our CSS file, we want to target the WCU card element, which is this, and add a background color. For this background color, we want to use the RGB value. And here we are just going to, I think I'm just going to paste in an RGB value, which is this. This is basically what I want. And it's basically a black color with like 6% opacity, or 10% opacity will be 0.1, I think. So this is just another way to use color codes. If you want to be able to adjust the opacity of your fill color, then you should look more into how to use the RGBA values. So back in our website, this looks nice. We need to add some padding around this text. So back in the card here, the WCU card, we need to add a padding, and we want a padding all around of, let's try 32 pixel. So this seems fair. Let's also have a rounded corner or a border radius of like 24 pixel. Okay, this is nice. So this looks very close to this. What we also need now is this statistics section that have this. What we need to add is this little section here. So let's go back to our code and index.html. Here I'm going to create a div, and this div is going to have a class of stats, and this is basically just going to hold a h3 or a h2. Let's copy the text and then a p tag. This is going to have the description. So this looks fair, but we need to add some gap between this and the top text. So let's target this stats and its WCU card. WCU card. So here we want to have a margin top of about 48 or 20 pixel. I think this is decent. Let's also target the H3 element here. And let's change the font size to be something much bigger, like 32 pixel. Not bad. 48 pixel. Yeah, I think this is decent. Now we have the first card ready. Let's duplicate this card into 3 places. So in our index.html file, As soon as you collapse this card, which is the WCU card, we can copy this and have another instance of this. But of course, it's going to stack on each other like this. Now we need to flex everything to the right, and that's the use of the card container, which is this WCU content here. So we are going to reach to WCU content and add a display of flex. And this way we should be able to flex our item to the right. Also, do not forget to add a justify between. So we've got our container on display flex, but we have this issue where there are no spaces between the cards by default, and that's because the width of each of these cards is probably too much, that the collective size is more than 1200 pixels of our container div. So what we are going to do is to go to the width and reduce this from 360 to probably 320, and let's see if that's better. I think this is so much better. So 320 is fine. Let's go ahead and change the content on each of the cards. So back in our index.html, let's open up the WCU card, which is the second card here. This is the first one. On the second card, we want to change the icon to this success icon. So let's remove this directory and select the success icon. We also want to grab the title, replace the title here, grab the description, replace it with this, and then for the statistics section, copy this, replace it here, then take this and also replace it here. And that should do for the second one. Now for the last card, let's go to the last card here, and then the next should be the verified. I think we've selected the verified icon. It should be this heart icon here, which is the love icon. Let's also grab the title of the last card, paste it here, grab the description, paste it here, and also for the statistics section, copy this, replace the card, copy this, and replace this here. Great, so we have our card reflecting what we have in the design. So this is looking really good. We also need to fix the title of this section. You can see that the title is not really matching. We need this actual title, and then we need this description. So let's see if we have this. We do have this from other sections. I am very sure of that. And if we open up, let's say the about section, we can easily take the section title class from this H3 here, open here, and then paste it here instead of this WCU header title. So I just want the section title class. Now this looks better. Let's also check for this description. So here we do not have a description for this. Let's check the services. We can see section subtitle. Also, let's see if that helps with the subtitle section of our WCU section. So back here, you can see that this is so much better. So we can definitely use the header classes that have been predefined for other sections like the services section. So I think the only thing left here in this white chooser section is to bring in this SVG or this image at the back, basically. So there's this little lines of image at the back. We can grab that really easily by targeting our WCU section div, which is the main div here, and having a background image on it. So here, this is the main div. What we can easily do is to have a background image And this background image is going to use URL to target where we have images, and then we want to select the why choose us, and then there is a why choose us BG here, and we want to make sure we wrap all of this in a string. And just like this, you'll notice we've been able to bring in these lines in the background. Let's add some more padding at the top and at the bottom of this container, of this section. So here, instead of 80, let's do 140. And this seemed to look better, I guess, but this seemed to look a little better. And I don't know if we have some margin top or margin bottom on this section. We can see we have this margin bottom of 300. Let's reduce this to 100 pixel. And the space between here and here shouldn't be too much. I think 160 pixel is quite decent. Okay, so I think this is fair. Our hero section, our social proof section, about us, our services, why choose us. And the next thing to work on will be the testimonial section, which should be very simple, looking at how we've worked with more complex cards like this. So this is just a basic card, title and subtitle, and then you spread this out across yourself. Let's go ahead and start creating the testimonial section. Back in our index.html, we are done with the service section, so we can close this up, and the why choose us section. But for the testimonial section, you can see that everything is contained in the middle. That means it is safe to first wrap everything in a container. And we are going to give it the class name of container, since this is what we use to wrap all our contents in the middle. Then we can go ahead and create the div that is going to have the class name of the section itself. So this is a class of testimonial dash section, which is the naming convention we've been using for all our sections. Of course, this section is going to have the header section, so we have another div which is going to have, so let's grab this from this entire place like this. So let's grab the entire div and replace it with this. Great. So we are going to have a header section like this. Back in our code, let's go back to our website and see this is what it looks like. All right, so we also need a card. Let's grab one of these cards. Let's grab this why choose us card, because the why choose us card don't seem to have too many classes on them. So let's grab one of the why choose us card and bring it here into our testimonial section, just below the header section. I'm going to create another div, and of course, like you know how we've been doing it, it's going to have a class of testimonial content. So this is going to hold the wrapper of the cards. We're going to paste in the first card that we just copied, and leaving this styling here for now. Let's see what that looks like. You can see what this currently looks like. So this is what it looks like. Let's make some changes. First, let's add some padding between this header section and this content section. So in our style here, we've not really have any style for the testimonial section. So we can first target the testimonial section itself. Just like this. And first give it a padding. So we want to have top and bottom of 60 pixel, and then right and left of 0 pixel. This should add some padding to the top and to the bottom here. Also for the testimonial section and the class of, or rather we can just say testimonial content directly to target the testimonial content. We can have a margin top of, let's use 32 pixel. So it's the spacing here. We are targeting this content section and adding a margin at the top. So this is coming out nicely. Let's change the image here and remove this statistics section. So back in the index.html, right here, we want to remove this entire stats section. And also to change the image, let's take out this URL and target the proper URL for this. So in images, we want to go to testimonials and select the first one, maybe T2. Let's select, since this is the first one, we can select T1. And then back in our website, this is what we have. And this is not looking bad. All we need to do is to add like a subtitle to this card. So here right below this H4, we can have another P tag, and that P tag is just going to have the title of the client or the person giving this testimony, just like the way we have here in our design. And it's going to be this marketing manager at Brightech. And as soon as we add this P tag, we can see it's here. But right now we want the P tag, which is this title, to be closer to the title of this person. So let's bring in the actual name of the person. So it's Sophia Lee. Let's bring it in and replace it with this H4 tag. And then for the content of the testimonial, we're also going to copy this and then replace it with this. So once it's replaced with this back in our code, we can see what we have here, but we want to replicate this design. So you can see that the spacing between the theme and the title is not so much. And we also need some spacing between the subtitle and the text itself. So the first thing we want to do is currently we are using the WCU card and we want to add our own styling to this card. So first, we don't want to use the WCU card. Let's create our own card for the testimonial section. So we can call this testimonial card. And then let's take this title. This is wrong, testimonial. So you have to be very careful with the spelling so that you don't have errors. So I'm going to copy this, and back in our style.css, what we want to do is to have a dot and add the testimonial card. And here we can look for the WCU card element and then copy its content right here and then just paste it in, because we want something similar but not exactly the same. So if we go back to our website here, you can see that it is looking so much better, but we need to adjust some things by targeting things like the image, things like the P tag in it. So what I'm going to do is actually to copy the default card styles that we have on H4 and on the P tag, but we have two fonts on the P tag, so I'm not directly going to copy the one for the P tag. Instead, I'm just going to copy just the one we have for the H4. And for the H4, of course, we don't want this to be WCU. We want this to be testimonial. So we want to target the testimonial card H4. And here you can see that it's now taking effect. We also want to target the testimonial card image. So I'm going to copy this. I'll paste it right below here. And then instead of WCU card, this will be testimonial card image. And you can see it's now small, just like the way we want it. Margin bottom 24 pixel. Let's reduce this all the way to 8 pixels so that the name is closer to the title. And of course, even for the H1, we want the padding bottom to be a lot smaller. So let's do 4 pixels so that the name and the title draws closer. Now for the P elements, the reason why we don't want to take the P element is because we have two P elements here and they have different styling. So what we could do is to add a simple class name to this, and for the class name of the subtitle, I can call this testimonial card dash subtitle. Then we can have another class, and instead of testimonial card text, we can just call this text or description. So what we need to do is to take each of this class and add individual style on them. So for our CSS, we're going to use a dot. And then for the subtitle, I don't think we want to change much. So maybe the font size will go up to 16 pixel. We might want to increase the font weight. Also, the font weight can go up on, leave it at 600, I guess. So we leave it at 600. And for this paragraph text, which is the testimonial card, instead of title, I think we named it testimonial card description. And for the description, we want a font size of 16 and also a font weight of 200. So a font size of 14 pixel, and a font weight of 200. So this looks much better. We also want to have a padding top of about 20 pixel. Yeah, and I think I prefer what this looks like. So for the background color, let's take the background color. But before we do that, let's add some line height to this text. So at the entire testimonial section, let's add a padding bottom or a margin bottom so that we can bring this to the top, margin bottom of 300 pixel. And the whole purpose of that is so that I can scroll to the top here and we can get this our contents to the middle. All right, so here we are trying to increase the line height of this paragraph text, which is the description. So we can say line height, make this 1.6, and this seems to look a lot better. Now for the background of this, we want to change the background to the actual background that we have here. And for this background, we do have the background color here from the color code that was given to us. So we need to take this, which is this color code here. And then instead of using the RGB value we used here in this testimonial card, I'm going to cut this out, use a hashtag, and then paste in this code that we just copied. Now we can see that this looks so much better. So we need to replicate this card 3 times. So back in our index.html, this is where we have the entire testimonial card. We can copy this and then paste it 2 more times. Now, of course, it's going to stack on each other just the way it is, but we want to take the wrapper, which is the testimonial card content, which is this wrapper here, target it in our style.css. We already have that card right here, testimonial content, and we want to give it a display of flex. Here you should see this displaying flex. We also do not want to forget to justify its contents, and it's going to be space between. So we have this on space between and we have this looking all good. We also need to change the content of the title. So we are still using the our services title, but originally from our Figma file here, we are using, this should be testimonial. So we can easily copy this from our Figma file down here, get the testimonial, and then replace it here, right here where we have the title of the card header. Let's replace it here. Also take this and replace the subtitle. Okay, so this is the design. Here is our work. We can see the title and subtitle change. Let's go ahead and do the same for the rest of the cards. So for the second card here, first we want to change this from T1 to T2. In the design, we want to take a different name. I don't know which one of this is T2, but this is this. So let's take the name here, James O'Hara or O'Hara. James O'Hara, and replace it with this Sophia Lee. And then I think this Sophia Lee content we copied here was basically T3 in terms of its image. So for T2 here, we have this guy, and this is his description. We're gonna paste that job title here, and then we can take the text, which is the description, and then replace it right here. Replace it right here. Okay, let's get the last one here. The last one here is T1, that's fine. And T1 is this Liam Carter. Let's replace the title, then his job description, replace the job description right here. Then the text, which is the description, replace that right here. So we should be good to go. We can see the first, second, and third card in the testimonial section. This is looking perfect, guys. And just like that, we are done with our testimonial section. So we've been able to cover quite a number of things. the hero, the partners, the about, the services, why choose us, and this section. You can see that this uses a simple 3-column grid layout system, and it is not difficult to replicate at all. The reason why I'm repeating this over and over is so that you guys understand the core basics of how to build any layout. And if you understand this, then you can go ahead and take on any challenge with your HTML skill. So back here in our design, we have 2 sections left before we get to the footer, which is basically our theme section and this section here. This our theme section seems to be very, very easy. And we are going to do almost the same thing we did for the testimonial section. In short, we are going to copy the entire testimonial section, including its container, just like this. I'm going to copy this and then paste it here. So first, we start renaming. Instead of testimonial section, we call this theme section. And theme section has its title. Let's grab the title here, which is our theme, and then replace it with the title here. Then we also grab the description here and replace it here. We also have this list of cards, and instead of testimonial content, we can call this theme content. And for theme section, let's go to our style.css. You can see we have the testimonial section here. We want to copy this CSS and then come here. So instead of testimonial, we call this theme section. Has the same padding on the top and on the bottom. And for back in our index.css, you can see here we've changed this from testimonial card to theme card, from testimonial content to theme content. So style.css, we need to have the theme content. So let's grab the testimonial content because we want similar effect, and then paste it right here. So instead of testimonial content, we have theme content, right? We have the same kind of settings. So it's display flex and all that. So if we go back to our website, you can see what we have right here. We're of course trying to replicate this section. Now, what we need to change is the cards that are inside this section. We have this big space here, and that's because in our CSS, we added a margin bottom right here on the testimonial section. Let's take that out and add it on the theme section so that we can, of course, scroll up and have the padding at the bottom here. So now let's change this entire card. And the way we do that, if we look at our Figma file, we have the major image, the title, the subtitle. We have no description, then we have these images. So first, what we'll do in our index.html is to remove all the descriptions from all of the cards. In short, you know what? I'm going to take out all the remaining 2 cards and make sure we perfect the first card before we bring in other elements. So we have only the first card now, right here. What we need to do is to bring in the right image, remove this background, and then add the images. So let's start from adding the right image. So for the right image, we don't want to use this testimonial T3 image. Instead, we are going to go into the theme section here and grab the first one we see, probably the MD. And then for this, you can see in our testimony, we are still using the testimonial card. We are still using the testimonial card class. So I'm going to change this from testimonial card to theme card. Of course, we are going to lose all our CSS styling, and that's fine. All we need to do is to target the theme card and the image in it. So down here, we do dots, theme card, then the image tag, and we want to set the width of this image all the way to 300 pixels. This will reduce this image down this way, but this is not the best way to do it, as we want to set the width to the card itself. So we're going to do dot theme dash card. So we target the card and set the width to this card, right? If you set the width to the card, you can see that the image is not responding the way it should. And that's because now on the image, we need to set the width to be 100% of this width that we've allocated for the entire theme card. And now it's going to take effect. So for the styling of the subtitle, we do have this dash testimonial card subtitle, and we don't want that here. So we are going to take out this testimonial card subtitle right here. And if we want to target this, since we have only one p tag, right? We've removed the second description. We have only one p tag right now. And if we want to target this and put some styling to it, in our style.css, all we need to do is to go to .theme card, and we then want to target the p tag, and this is because we only have one p tag in the theme card. And let's look at the CSS for this. We have this mild gray color, so I'm going to copy the color code here and just change the color here to this gray color. For the font size, I think I want to drop it down to 14 pixel, but I'm going to still leave the font weight to be around 400. So this should be what we have currently. Now let's add some margin bottom to this image, 10 pixels, so that there's some space between the image and the text. Then let's also style the header section, because you can see this header is not styled, which is the card header here. So it's using the H5 elements, and the H5 has some styling. So let's open this up. The H5 is 20 pixel. So what we could do is to go back to our index and change this from H4 to H5, and then target the H5 in our style.css by going to theme dash card H5. And then we want to give it some styling, like we want to add, let's copy this entire style here and paste it right here. So here you see this looks so much better, but we want to increase this to, let's say, 20 pixel. And this seems to be better. So let's also reduce, since we are using 4 cards, right? Let's reduce this from 300 to 260 pixel. This seems to be a lot better. Now let's create the section that's going to hold all our images. So this is going to be a div, because this is going to have the image of all the social media platforms, like you can see. So we are going to use Facebook, Twitter, Dribble, and all of this. But I'm not sure your MD and CEO should be having Dribble accounts and GitHub accounts on the website, but let's just go ahead and replicate the design, right? That's what we are doing. So we've created a div here, and for this div, we can give it a class name easily of theme dash card dash socials. So this is going to hold all the images to the social media. So I can copy an image here and right here, just paste it here. Now for this image, we can go ahead and target the right location for the resource, which is going to be in the theme section, or which is going to be in the social section. So socials, let's first grab Facebook. Let's duplicate this 3 more times, and instead of Facebook now, the next one is going to be Dribble, and instead of this, the next one is going to be GitHub, and then let's make the last one here Twitter. All right, so we have this, but of course this is going to look like this because we need to put a display flex on it. And if you notice, we already called the theme card image to be 100% of the width. So what is happening is it's taking all the image tag here to be 100% of the width. Even though we select the theme card socials, just like this, go to our style.css, paste this, that is, target it like this, and then give it some of the classes we want, like display flex and all this logo display flex. You can see that it's still going to try collectively to take 100% of the width, but we want to make this so much smaller. So what we are going to do here is to give this particular image its own class. So here you're going to have a class of theme card dash main dash image. So this is going to be like the class for the main card image for the theme. And back in our style.css, instead of targeting the theme card image, we can just give it the exact class here so that it doesn't affect others. Now down here, you can see that everything still remains the same, but we can now style these items here individually, right? So we can now target that by going here and selecting this theme card socials, right? In our style.css, theme card socials dot theme card social, and we want to target the image in it. And for the image, basically what we want to do is to give it a width of like 32 pixels, so something really small. And as you can see here, that it looks so much better. Now here in our socials, theme card social, we also want to give it a display. Okay, we already have a display flex. Let's try to justify content between. I don't think justify content between will work because there's going to be too much spacing between them if we spread it out to this place. So what we're going to do instead is to just add a gap of 10 pixels. So a gap of 10 pixels just spaced things out nicely. Let's also add a margin to the top of this entire section. So we have a margin top of like 20 pixels. And I think this looks better. Let's try a margin top of 14 pixels. And I think this looks so much better. Right, so once we have this card, we can duplicate this card 4 more times in our index.html. We can get this theme card like this and then duplicate it 3 more times. So we have 4 cards, and all we need to do is to go ahead and change the images in each of them. So this is MD, we can change this to COO. The next one here should be CTO, and the next one here, I think I'm missing one, right? So the next one here is going to be this. All right, so we have our theme section looking really good. So these are very simple designs to convert, and I'm moving really fast now because you should have learned a lot of this concept from the top. So a lot of the things we are doing right now is just replication. Now we are here in the final stage of this, where we need to just create this particular call to action section and then the footer, and we'll call it a wrap. Now creating this section should be really easy. This is very similar to what we've done in other sections up until this point. The only major difference is this form that we are going to be introducing. So let's go back to our code, right? And here we have this completed theme section here, and the theme section starts from here, wrapped in a container. Next here is going to be what we call the call to action section. So let's create a div, and this div is going to have a class of CTA-section. So this is the section where we will have all of this inside. So remember, we do have 2 different ways of working with background images as our background image. Like here, if you look at how we created this section back in our website here, the way we created the hero section was quite different from the way we added these lines to this section. Here we use the background image from CSS, and here we use positioning to put the text on the background image. And in our code, we are going to be using the positioning just like the way we did for the hero section here. So let's go back to this section. And in the CTA section here, we want to bring in our image, because that's the next thing to do if you want to create such a layout. So I'm going to copy the hero section image right here and then paste it here. But of course, we are not using the hero section. So let's take this out. And the image we need is in images, and it's also in, you can see it here, CTA-BG. So let's select this, and instead of hero section for the class, let's just leave the class of this empty for now. Back in our code, But you can see that this image is not showing the full width. If you go to the Figma file here, you can see here that the image looks a lot more like this, and we are only seeing this part of the image here. So to get the right dimension of this, let's give our image a class of CTA-image. So we have the CTA image here, and in our style.css, let's go ahead and start styling this section. So for the class of the CTA section, the only thing we need to do is to add a position of relative. And then for our image.cta-image, for the image, we want to have a width of 100% because we want it to just take 100% of the screen. This is what it's looking like now. This is so much better. We have this padding top on the testimonial section. I think I'm going to just remove the padding top from the testimonial section in our CSS. Here, testimonial section, I think it's margin bottom. So we have two margin bottom of 300 pixels, and let's take it out so that this section can come close to this. And this looks so much better. What we could do to keep this margin bottom constant is to just target the body elements like this. And then for the body elements, we add this. So by default, it's just going to be here instead of putting it in all the sections. I wish we did this like this earlier. But anyways, let's go ahead and start adding our content on this background. Right here, we have just the container and this image. Now we need to create a section where all our text is going to be on, all this text. So I'm going to create a div. And for this div, I'm going to give it a class of CTA-content-wrapper. And inside of this content wrapper, I'm going to create another div. And this div is going to have a class of CTA-content. I'm going to explain to you why we have the CTA content wrapper and the CTA content div. But before we do that, let's go ahead and bring in the elements we need. First, we need this section. So we create another div. And we can call this div or give it a class name of CTA-header. So the header is going to have two elements, of course, a h2 tag. And the h2 tag, let's grab the content from our Figma file here. Let's paste it in, and then another p tag. Let's grab the content of this p tag and paste it in. Let's wrap this. So let's go back to our website. So you can see what we have now. Let's add another div. So we have the CTA header and we have another div. This div is going to contain our form. So here we are going to give this a class of CTA-form. Right, so we have two divs which is supposed to represent this and this form here. For the form, it's going to have a title. As you can see here, send us a message. So let's grab the title from here. Give this a h3 tag and then paste this title. The next thing we need to do is bring in our form. And to use a form in HTML, you have to wrap it in a form tag. Now, form tag have different attributes. One is the action attribute. This is supposed to specify the file where you want this form to be submitted to. So if you have a script like a JavaScript or a PHP script written to receive this information and send the mail, this is where you're going to add the action. So you can have something like form submit.php or the JavaScript and perform the logic to submit the form later. But for this, we're going to leave the action empty. Another attribute that comes with the form is the method. So if you're familiar with HTTP requests, you're going to know that there are different methods. You can see here from this, there's the post method, there's the get method, and there's also the put and patch for updating. There's also the delete method. So for here, we are not going to be going through all of those details. So we won't be adding the method. We are just going to use our basic form with this action, but the action is going to stay empty. Now here we only need 3 input fields, as you can see. So we are going to create the first input field just like this. And once you do this, you should be able to see your input field here just like this. And if you click on this, you can go ahead to type something. We will style this so much better lately, but let's go ahead and gradually bring in our elements. So for input elements and tags, they also have their attributes like type. So you can identify if you want to send a text, or if you want it to be like an email format, or you want the type to be like a password format where the characters are hidden. So this is what the type does for you, but we want a text because the first input is going to be the name. So we can also put an ID if you want to target that, but we won't be using the ID right now. But let's use an ID of name. So your input field is supposed to have a type, have an ID, and then we also want to add the placeholder, because the placeholder, if you see in the Figma here, is this text that is written inside of it. So we're going to add the placeholder, and the placeholder is going to be name. And I think that's it. So this is the basic thing we need. Back in our website, you can see that by default, there is a name text written in this input field like this. So we want 2 of this input field. So let's copy this and paste. So here we have 2 input field, but for this input field, the first one is name, but the second one is email. So let's change the type to the type of email. The ID is also going to be email, and the placeholder is going to say enter email. So let's change the placeholder of this to also enter name. And here we have our 2 input field. The next thing we want to create is this message input right here. And to do that, we are going to use the text area tag. Text area tag is just like an input field, but lets you take in longer characters or longer string of characters. So for text area, just the same way we have the ID, we also want to give it an ID. And for the ID, we can call this message because we want the user to input some message here. We also need to have a placeholder and write enter your message or leave a message, right? Anyone. So let's just leave this at enter your message here. And also you want to specify how many rows you want this to take. So let's close up the text area tag. And here you can see there is some weird div here, and I'm wondering why. So it shouldn't be. All right, so you can see we have our placeholder that says enter your message. So this is the basic styling that comes with this. If we want to increase how the length of this, how many rows this take, you can go ahead and also specify the row attribute and then give it a value of like 5. And you're going to notice that this is going to take a longer string of characters. Now we need to style this to look just like this, but first these 2 elements need to be stacked on each other just like the way we have here. So I'm going to use a line break after the first one here. So BR, we've not used the line break before, but it's basically to bring your elements to the next line. So you can see there's a line break here. Another thing I want to do is to wrap this section in their own div. So for the 2 input field, I'm just going to wrap it in a div. Just like this. Right, so once you have this, you're going to see that everything just properly stacks on each other, which is the effect we are looking for. Now let's start styling the entire component. First, let's bring all of these things that we have here into this background image. And in order to do that, we need to first look at the content that is inside of this CTA section, which is the CTA content wrapper. Now, the CTA content wrapper, I want to use it to basically centralize the items in the middle, just like the way you use a container, but I don't want to use the container we have, and I'm going to show you why. So here in the CTA content wrapper, let's take this, go to our style.css, scroll down, and add more styles. So here, add this For the CTA content wrapper, I want it to have a width of 100%. I want it to take 100% of I want it to take 100% of the image div, which is our CTA section basically. So the first thing is going to be a width of 100%. The next thing I want to have is the text. I want all the text on it to have a white color so that we can see it. And also we want to have, and most importantly, we want to do the positioning. We want to change the positioning to absolute. And you might think a position of absolute is just enough to bring our content up here. It's not. We still have to place the content at the top. And for the value, we give it 50 pixel top. And with this, you can get your content at the top. Now, this looks amazing. Let's go ahead and center this text to the middle, just like every other item. To do that, we are going to target the CTA content dash content, which is a child of the CTA content wrapper here. Once we open up the CTA content wrapper, the next thing we have is the CTA content. So we target this, and for this, we want to give it a maximum width of 1200 pixels. Now, to be able to see this properly, let's add a border. We will remove this later, but for now, let's add a border of 2 pixel solid red. Just to show you guys that this is the container of the CTA content, right? So this is 1200 pixels. I also want to make it have a margin of auto. A margin of auto basically centers it to the middle, and it's going to take the same width as other contents, which is just amazing. So another thing we want to do is to have these items that's inside here, this and this, display flex rather than block like this. And if you look at our index.html, we have basically two divs inside here, which is the header and the form. So for these two divs, we are going to display them flex. So in our CTA content, we're going to have a display of flex. Now, both of these items are flexed. Let's give this a fixed value so that they can have their own side of the container. Now, we need to target the header, which is the header as the first element there. We target the CTA-header. And for this, we want to have a width of 400 pixels. And this limits this container all the way to the middle. We also want to increase the size of this container also. But before we do that, let's add a justify content of space between. Now it pushes both of these to the side. I hope you guys are following, and I hope my explanation is being understood well enough. Right now, the next thing we need to do is to increase the size of this. I think we can style this later, but let's increase the size of this form section a little bit more, which means we need to target the CTA.CTA dash form. I think it's the CTA form, and we want to target the input element in the CTA form. For this, we want to set a width of about 300 pixels. So for this input is 300 pixels. We also want to do the same thing, CTA form, but this time we want to target the text area. So this also stretches. I don't think 300 is good enough, but let's take the CTA form and also give it a padding. So let's give it a padding of 32 pixels. All right. Nothing seems to be changing, and I wonder why 32 pixels. Right, so it's supposed to have a padding, and let's bring in this background color that was used earlier for our card. So right here where we just added the 32 pixels for the form, we also want to give it a background color. Now I think we are going to give the input some margin bottom. So in the input field here, we can give this some margin bottom of like 10 pixels. And also for the input, let's go ahead and add some padding. And for the padding, we want to have 8 pixels on the top and on the bottom, and 4 pixels on the right and left. So this looks better. Let's do the same thing for the text area. And the text area also looks so much better. Now I think this should be bigger, and back here you can see that both input fields are on the left and this is on the right. So what we could do is back in our index.html where we have our form, you can see we have this div and it's wrapped inside this section here. So what we need to do is to target our form, this form exact element here. And let's try this out and just target the form and give it a display of flex. Let's see if that fixes our issue. And as you can see, this is not bad. We do have our issues fixed. Now, what I also want us to do is justify this input field so that they take the same amount of height that our input field for the text is taking. Back in our index.html, let's go here. And for this, we want to give it a class so that we can target its behavior. And this is cta-form-inputs. So this is to just target the inputs field here. And then let's copy this, go to our style.css and paste this right here. So in order to style this, we also want to give it a display of flex, but this time we want to give it a flex direction of column. So the default flex direction is row, but if you define the flex direction to be column, it's going to work for your vertical section. Now you can now add a justify content, because justify content only works on items that are flexed, space between. Once you do this, you're going to see that this spreads out, but we still have an issue, which is the padding that we added below it. So let's look for the input field and remove the padding on the top, the margin bottom. It's the margin that we put, not the padding. The padding is the space inside the box. So let's take out this margin bottom and we can see that this is properly aligned. Right, so we also need to make this a little bigger, or what we will do is to reduce the number of rows allocated to our text area. Let's make this 4 and see if this fixes our issue. Okay, this seems to be better. So let's add some spacing here. So in the form where we have our style of form here, where we have this form display flex, we also want to have a gap, because if you are using a flex, you can add a gap of 20 pixels. So there is a gap here which works. And also for our title, which is this H1, we need to target the form, or we need to target, let's start from here, .cta-form, and we want to target the H2, is it H2, H3? So we want to target the H3 element in this. And for the H3 elements, we want to use the font family, this particular font family, and a font size of 48 pixels. This should look so much better. I think 48 pixels is too much, 32 pixels. And this seems to be decent. Let's still drop it down to 28 pixels. All right, this is fair. Let's also add a margin bottom to this text. A margin bottom, and give it a value of 20 pixels. I think that's too small. 48 pixels should be decent. Yeah, so this seems okay. The next thing we need to add is a button. So if you see from the Figma design here, we have a button right here. Let's go ahead and add our button. So back in the index.html, and this is the reason why we shouldn't be using the form. We should always wrap our elements in a div. So right here, I want to add a button, right? But if I just add a button down in this text area, and I call the button submit, you're going to notice that the button is also going to be flexed to this particular point. And this is because we target this form right here, and we added a display of flex. So how we are going to fix this is to wrap all our inputs in a div. both the input field and the text area right here. And we are going to give it a class of CTA-form-section. So let's give it a class of CTA form section. And for this, we are going to use it to replace this. Instead of this form, we are going to give it the CTA form section. Now, if you go here, you can see that we still have our button below, and the CTA form section is basically what holds both this input field and this message. So for the CTA form section, we can also have a margin bottom so that we can space out the button. Margin bottom of 20 pixel, so we get some space before the button. The reason why you're not seeing this as a default form button is because initially in our code, we added a button element and then we styled it by removing all the default style that is coming from it right here. So let's scroll back down. And down here, we want to target the button again. So CTA-form, then the button element. And right here, we want to start styling it. The first thing is to revert the color of the text to the color of the brand. And then the background, so background color will now be white. So this is what it looks like. Let's go ahead to add some padding. And for the padding, I want to use the same padding we used for the input field right here. 8 pixel top and bottom and 4 pixel left and right. This is not enough. I think I'm going to increase the top and bottom to something around 16 pixel for top and bottom. And then for the button itself, I want to give it a width of 100%. So I want it to take the full width of the container right here. And in order to centralize this text, all we need to do is to do a text align of center. Now this is looking so much better. We also need to round up its corners. So we are going to do a border radius of 24 pixel. So I think this is too much, a border radius of 12 pixel maybe. And this should be okay. For the button, we can make it a font weight of bold so that the submit button is very bold. And I think this is fine. So for the input field also, we want to round up its corners a little bit more. So let's grab this border radius right here and paste it here. But this is going to be 8 pixel so that it's not too much. So we've added the border radius, but nothing is happening because this is the wrong place, not the form inputs. We want to target the input field right here. So don't make that mistake. So right now we should see our border radius, and also in the text area, we want to add the same thing. We also want to change the color of the border. So for borders, as you can see in the design here, the border is like thin and it's white. So we are going to define its border. The border right here will be 1 pixel and it's going to be solid white. Let's do the same thing, or let's copy this and then in the input, paste it right there. So things should have changed right now. Another thing we want to change is the color of the input field themselves. As you can see, this is like a faded white color or a color with opacity. So what I'm going to do is to just define that background color, and then here in our style.css where we have our inputs, just paste this background color right here. And this should give us something that looks like this. And also for the text area, we want to paste it in. I think the thickness of this is too much. So let's see if we can try a decimal value like 0.4 pixel, if that works. And let's do the same thing for our input field, 0.4 pixel. So this should be so much better. Now, what we need to do is to make our placeholder text, the name, the message, the email, a lot brighter. So let's target the placeholder text. And to target the placeholder text, let's just grab this and paste it in here. then take out all of its properties. And to target the placeholder text, we just need to do this right here and then write placeholder. So this is going to target the placeholder. And what we want to do is to add a color of white. And this should reflect right here, which is good. And then add the same thing to the message. So we are going to copy this right here, CTA text area. And for the text area, we want to have this double colon placeholder, grab the color of white and paste it in. This is good. Now I think I want to increase the padding on the left and on the right to like 8 pixels. Also for this 8 pixels, because the placeholder seems to be touching the walls of this. Okay, also for the text font weight, could we make this 200? That looks better. And the font size, let's make this 14 pixels or 13. Okay, 13 pixels seem okay, but then I feel like we have to increase the padding at the top and at the bottom to 12. Also here 12. All right, so we are going to work with these values: font weight 200, font size 13, and also do the same thing for the text area placeholder. So this seems to be coming out really nice. You can see here we have something similar to this, but I think the space here is too much. So for the H3, margin bottom should be like 28 pixels rather than 48. Good. So this seems to be okay. The next thing we need to fix is this text area here for the title and the description. And here you can see we have our CTA header that holds H2 and P tag. So back in the style.css, we want to create a CTA-header. I don't know if we have this. Okay, we do have this here. So we can take this and bring it closer to this. And then we can target the H2 tag. And for the H2 tag, we want to use this font. Right? We want to use this font right here. And then we grab this, make a duplicate, but here it's the P elements. For the P elements, we are not using this font, but we might want to take this styling of the font width and font size and just paste it right here. And this seems to be looking so much better. For the header, which is the H2, we also want to have a margin bottom of like 10 pixels to space things out a bit. So next thing to do is to centralize this particular text and this form here all on the same row, and it is center aligned. So back in our index.html, you can see that the CTA content is what holds the header and the form. So in style.css, let's target the CTA-content, which I think should be at the top here. And we want to have a align content center. So this should align, sorry, I think it's align items center. So this should align both of this on the same line horizontally. Now let's remove this background or this border rather, because we don't need the border anymore. And this is what we have, which looks very close to this. Let's round up the corners of this form a little bit. So for the CTA form, let's add a border radius of 24 pixels. I think this is also too much, but I think it's decent, right? So yeah, this is enough. We have our name, email, message, and a button. Of course, do not forget to add a type of submit to your button, especially when you're working with a functionality and you want to make this work. So put the right attributes to your button. All right, so the next thing from this section here, as you can see, is the final section, which is the footer. And this should be easy peasy for us. It's just basically laying out these items properly. And to get started with the footer section, let's take a look at our website and see this is where we are going to be fitting it. Back in our code, let's close up the CTA section since we are done with that. And now we're going to create another div. This div is going to have a class of footer. Now, as you can see, the footer has this background of black. That means we can't just wrap the entire footer in our container. So what we are going to do is to create the container right inside of the footer. So this is going to be a div with a class of container. And this is so that we can give the background of black to this footer. So inside of this container, you can see here that we have two sections, the section that holds all of this footer item and then this copyright section. So we are going to create two divs. I'm going to copy and paste it. So two div blocks. The first div block will have a class of footer content. And this second one will have a class of copyright. So we are going to leave this copyright section for now, and let's focus on the footer content first, which is this section and these link items here. So here you can see there are two items, the header and this link item. So I'm going to create two divs here again, and this will name this footer header, which will have two elements. The first one is going to be an image, which is the logo here. So let's quickly grab a image tag or an image tag, and I want to grab the actual logo image that we used here as a sample. So it's going to be directly in this footer header. So we have an image, and then we need this paragraph text here. So we are going to create a p tag, and here in our Figma file, let's copy the content here and then paste it right here. In our website, we should have something that is looking like this. Let's go ahead to add other elements. So here we've completed the content for the footer. We also want to create another div. And this div is going to have a class of footer dash links. So this is where we are going to put all these link items and this contact section. So you can see this link item has a structure of title and then a list item here. So for each of that column, we are going to create another div. Now this div is going to have, let's use a h6 here. And for the first item in this div, it's called links. So we will copy this links text and put here. Now we also want to create this list of items here. So we are going to create an unordered list. This unordered list is going to have a list item of this. First one here is home. So we have home. I'm going to copy and duplicate this 4 more times. The next is about. The next is services, portfolio, and contact us. Now, once we have this, remember we want to have like 3 instances of this here, here, and here. So we are going to let's first create 2 instances. But before we do that, let's give it a class of footer dash link dash item. So we copy this and then create another duplicate. Now for the footer links, starting from this, for the footer links, we want to spread them across like this. So we are going to target the footer links CSS go to our style.css right here and target the footer links. And for this, we want to display flex, right? Once we do that, we also want to go up one layer. So we can see we also have where we have the header and then the footer links is wrapped in this footer content. So we want to grab this footer content also. Go to our style.css and then also have a display of flex on the footer content. Now in our website, we should have something that looks like this. These items are flexed on each other and then they are also flexed on this here. On the footer content here, we also want to have a justified content of space between. This lets this item float to the far corner here. Now we also want to reduce the size of this, both the image and the entire container. And back in our index.html, the entire container for that section is this footer header. So we copy the footer header, go to style.css, paste the footer header, and then have a width of 500 pixels. I think this is still too much, so let's use 400 pixels instead. Okay, this seems fair. Let's try 320 pixels. All right, I think I like this, but we also need to reduce the width of the image. So we are going to target the footer header, and here we want to target the image elements. And for the width, we want to reduce it to something like 120 pixels. So this is okay. I think I'm going to make this 180. Yeah, this is fine. Now our items here are hitting the wall of this CT, this call to action section. So we have to keep our margin at the top and at the bottom. So we are going to select the entire footer content here and then have a padding. For padding, first we want to set the top and the bottom, and let's use 32 pixels, or let's use 48 pixels for top and bottom, and for right and left 0 pixel. This seems fair. Now the next thing we want to style is the text here. Let's reduce it. So for the footer header and the p tag, we want to have a font size of 14 pixels. We also want to have a line height of 1.4. Let's make the line height 1.8. So this looks fine. Let's focus on these link items on the far right here. Back in our index.html, we can see that we have footer links here, the footer link item h6. So we are going to copy this in the style.css. Let's have the footer link item. Then we want to target the h6, which is the header, not here. We want to target the h6 and then give it a font size of 18 pixels. So this seems to be much better. Let's make it 24 pixels. And then we also want to change, I think 20 pixels is okay. We also want to change the font family. So for font family, let's grab this and have that for the h6. Now we also want to space these two items out a bit. So here we have the display of flex for the footer links. We also want to give it a gap of about 40 pixels or 42 pixels. Let's add some more gap. Let's make it 60 pixels. Okay, let's also remove the bullet points here. And if you go down to our nav link items here, you can see where we have the li, we have the list style of none. We can grab that, and here in our footer link item, we can target the footer dash link dash item, then the li tag, and then do this. So we should be able to take out all of the bullets and all of the styling here. Now let's add a little bit of spacing from the header to the body and even within the LI item. So within this LI item, we also want to have a padding bottom of 10 pixels just to push everyone else down. We also want to have, for the link item, I think this is okay. The header is spacing is okay. And from here, we also need to go ahead and change some of the contents. Like for the next link item here, the title here is social. So let's go to index.html, and the second here is socials. And paste it right here. So what I'm going to try to do is to create another duplicate right here. So we create another one, and here we call it contacts. Now, but the difference is inside this list item, we have both image and this text. So what we could do inside the list item is to create a div inside our list item, and that div is going to have both the image and the paragraph. But thinking about it, I don't think I want to go with that approach. So what I'm going to do is to just remove this entire UL section and create a different div tag for this. And this div tag is going to have nested divs, each of which will have an image and then a p tag. Now let's have this p tag. Let's say the first one here is this contact. So we paste it in the p tag. We also need to grab an image. Let's do that from here. So let's grab an image tag and then paste it right here. So for the image tag, let's remove the class that's currently on it. Let's save this and make it prettier. So here you can see inside each div here, we have this. Now from here, we can create different duplicates of this. But before we do that, let's go ahead and put in the right image right here. So in the images section where we have the contact call, so this is going to be the first image. We can have a class here and call it footer dash links dash contact. Okay, so footer links contact. So just the contact part of the footer links, right? So we can copy this, go to our style.css. Down right here, we can have a display of flex because we want both the image and this to be on the same line. We also want to target the footer image. So let's grab this and then the img inside of this, and we want to set a width because we don't want it to be very big, of like 32 pixel. And let's check what we have here. You can see what we have here, right? And this is not showing currently because the item there is of a color of white, as you can see here. So because of this, let's now go ahead to change the background of this. So back in our footer, our main footer tag, we do not have it. So let's create it right at the top here. Footer class. We want to have a background. Let's get the background color here. I think this is it. So we want to have a background color of this. So you can see where the image is. We also want to change the text on this footer. So color is going to be white. So our text is now white. Let's also increase the padding here down to 60. I think we use 48. So yeah, 16, still not so much, but okay. We also need to change the logo here. As you can see, this uses a different logo right here. So in our footer here, let's go to the header and change this from logo.png to the logo.bg, and we should have this. Now let's also reduce this image size a bit from this contact section. In our style.css, where we just styled the width here, let's make this 24 pixel. And this is looking better, although I still feel like we can reduce this all the way to 20 pixel. And this is so much better. We can also add a gap here of 4 pixel. Yeah, or 6 pixel. So for this, the container that holds all of this. So for the container that holds all of this, let's also give it a margin top so that we can have some space at the top there. And to find that, you can see that this is the container that holds all of it. So let's give it a class of footer dash contact dash container. And we can grab this style.css, give it a style of, and then give it a property of padding. And this is going to be padding top of 20 pixel. I think 10 pixel should match what we have. And yeah, this is okay. So let's add other contact items. So here we have this. Let's copy this and create another duplicate and another one. So we have 3 instances of this. We also want to target the footer links contact and have some padding bottom so that this is well spaced out. But first, let's replace its content. Here we are going to grab this text, this email here, and replace it with this. We are also going to change the source directory to contact, and this is going to be mail. For the next one, let's grab this and replace the paragraph here and also the source directory here from call to location. Footer contact container is what we need to target. Footer links contacts rather, not footer contacts container, footer links contacts. So we want to target this, and I don't think we have, okay, we do have it here. And this is where we want to set a padding bottom of 10 pixel. So this should push everything down, but it's looking a little clustered, so we can do 20 pixels since there are no much items there. And this is so much better. So the next is to bring in the copyright section. And if we take a look at our design, we only have 2 items here. So back here in our footer, we still want to remain inside the footer. You can see we have the footer links item here. Let's close this up. And this is the copyright section. So the copyright section has 2 div tags, right? The first one is going to have a class of copyright dash main. And then we have another div item. And this is just going to have 2 p tags like this. And for each of these p tag, let's grab the items that are going to be in them. So here we have terms of use. I actually don't think we need the terms of use and privacy policy on a basic info website. So what we are going to do is to remove this second section, even remove the copyright main, and just put in a simple p tag. This p tag is basically going to have this copyright information right here. And then we are going to paste this perfectly. So let's grab the copyright and style it a little bit. And the only thing we need to do here is to first give it a display of flex. And this is because I'm trying to centralize the text. And then we can give it a text align of center. And you can also justify content center. That way you have your text in the center. You can also give it a padding at the top and at the bottom of 20 pixel. And you can also give it left and right of 0 pixel. This should be what it looks like. And so far this is okay. I don't know why we have this little space here. Let's check out our previous section. So for footer, I don't think so. CTA section, let's check out CTA section. .cta dash section. Let's check out the styling there. There is no styling for the footer. For our footer here, let's scroll down. For our footer, we do not have any padding or any margin. So I wonder where this space is coming from. So what I am going to do for our CTA section, let me check for it. CTA section, let me give it a background color of this blue. Let's see if that fixes our issue. You can see. So that means this section is getting up to this point. There's just something wrong with the image. So I guess we're just going to add the background color to close that up because that is part of the container, and I'm just wondering why. And then for the general padding that we have here at the body elements, let's just take it out completely, and we should not have any space. And this should be what our website looks like so far. So thank you so much if you've watched up till this particular point. I know this has been an overwhelming journey completing every section in this website, but trust me, it's going to be worth it. By the time you're done, you will be able to design any websites using HTML and CSS. The next part of this video is going to be focused on responsiveness, and you're going to go through all of the sections one after the other. The last time we talked about responsiveness was with the hero section because I wanted to give you guys early on a clue on how we are going to fix responsiveness. But if you try to inspect this right now and switch to a mobile version like iPhone 12 Pro, you're going to see that a lot of things need to be fixed, and we need to work on the responsiveness on a lot of this. So guys, stick to me to the end. Let's go through each of these sections one after the other and fix all the responsive issues that are in them. Alright guys, so let's begin to fix all the responsive issues on our website. Click on this top right corner here, and let's go to more tools and switch to the developer tool. You can reduce this so that we have enough space right here. And here you can see that you should be able to select from different screen sizes, and you can select the iPhone 12 Pro, and we can use this as our sample for our responsive version. So I'm going to leave this. Another way to do this will be to have this particular extension here. And what this does basically is, let's click on this and close up our dev tools. Let's close this up. So what this does is it gives you different screen sizes to be able to test the display of your website. It's actually a really helpful extension. I'm going to put the name of the extension down in the description section so you can check it out. But for the most part of the video, let's close this up. I'm going to just make use of the developer tool, this particular one, because this is most accessible to most people. So this is what we are going to look at, and you can see that some things have been fixed, like the logo at the top here and this link section. So from here, what we need to do is to reduce the size of this logo when it's on a small screen. Back in our code, let's close up the footer section and close up all of this section. We are only going to be opening up the section that we need as we proceed. So let's close this up, close up this, and do all that so that it's easier to navigate through all the sections when working. So I think we are at the topmost part of this, which is the header section right now, and we need to target the header. So of course, what we are looking for is the header image. Back in our style.css, we already have a media query section for mobile responsiveness when we were working on the responsiveness on this header earlier in the video. I'm going to put a timestamp back to that section if you want to check that out before you follow along with the rest of this, because back in our code down here in our style.css file, you can see we have this media query, or we are already setting a particular functionality once the screen is from 768 pixels downwards. So right here, we've only done like a few things, like for the contents, we've displayed it to block the nav links. We're now creating a grid system right here, because as you can see on full screen, it's going to be all stretched out. Right, so you can see on full screen it's all spread out, and then we can switch down here, and this is what we have. So this is what we should be looking at when we are creating our design. So the focus here was on the logo first. So I don't think it's the header IMG. I actually think it's this, so which is brand ID IMG. So here it should be this, an ID of brand ID with a tag of IMG. Here we want to reduce the width. So let's see where we have this brand ID again, right here at the top. So originally we've not added a width. That means right here we have flexibility to just have a width of, let's try 100 pixel. Okay, I don't think that's too bad. Let's make it 80 pixel. It's going to be difficult for us to see the real thing right now because of all this mess, but that's fine. We are going to work on this one after the other. So you can see the next thing that seemed too big is this title here. Let's zoom in a bit. So it's this title right here, and also the space at the top here. So, and that is coming from here. So we have our hero text and then the H1 in the hero text. So we want to search for the hero text. We want to search for the class of hero text. We already have some CSS here. So we want to take this, go way down to where we have our media query, come to the next line here and bring this. So for the margin top, let's reduce it back to 100 pixel, and hopefully we have a more reduced space there. And for the max width, let's drop this down to 600. This won't really take in effects. Let's try 400. I think the max width, the width of this is 390, as you can see here. So we don't want to do anything less or anything more than 368, for instance. So I think this is fair. Another thing we want to work on is the font size of this header text right here. So this is also the hero text H1. We also want to grab this. I don't think we are going to be changing all of the properties in it, but let's grab everything, go way down where we are making our updates, and paste this here. For the H1, which is the font size, let's drop this down to 48 pixel. And this looks so much better, but let's try 42 pixel. I think I like this more than the previous one, and this seems fair. This seems fair. So let's, all right, so I think what we have here is good, but I do think for readability's sake, the line height of this subtitle should be more. So back in our search, let's grab this hero text p tag and then bring it to the bottom right here, paste this in, and then for the line height, let's increase it to 1.6 because I want it to be a lot more. And we are not making changes to the font weight. We are not making changes to any other thing. Okay, you can see here the max width is 600. We also need to drop this down to 390 or 368 actually. So I think this works. So we have the responsive version of this section looking good. Now the next thing is this section here. Let's go back to our index.html and close up this header section and open up this next partner section here. So we have this list of images, which are this, and we want to change the display type on mobile. And this is the partners content. So let's search for the partners content, hit the search, a dot partners content, and these are the properties we are setting to read. We want to go to the bottom, copy that, come to the bottom of our media query right here and then paste this. So for this, first thing we are going to do is to change the display to block rather than flex. And you can see that this basically just wraps itself in the allocated space, which is a much better view. So from here, one more thing we could do to this is to target the image. So if you come here, you can see that we have partners contents and there is an image item here. Although we also have the client's image like this. So we can also copy this class and paste this. And we have some properties here. So let's copy this and come down here and just paste this. What I want to do right here is to reduce the width of each item. Since we are on mobile, we can drop this down to 80 pixels and also give it some padding. So let's have some padding. I think I should do imagine instead. So we can have an imagine all round of 4 pixels per card or per image. And this looks a little better so that the images get some kind of breathing space. And this looks kind of better. So let's leave this like this. And from the navigation up to this point, there is progress. Now let's come to the next. The next thing we need to work on here is this About Us section. And if I go ahead to make this full screen or a desktop screen rather, you can see that the default display we are using for this About section is the display flex. So on mobile, we need to change this back to display block. Let's revert back to the mobile version viewport that we are using and head back to our code. And after the header section, we have the Why Choose Us section, or the partner section rather. The partner section also have the About section in this same container here. So let's open this up. And in the About section, we have the About text and we have this image here. So right now we need to target the About section and search for it here, .about section. We should see an existing CSS for this. We need to grab this, come to the end here where we have our media query, and then paste this here. From display flex, we are changing this to display block, and this should fix this issue. Okay, we can see here, this looks so much better. But now the image here is also exceeding the required size for our mobile. So we also need to target the image. So let's get the image here. Grab this image, come down here, paste our media query, reduce this down to 360. Okay, 360, this seems fair. And we also have this padding on the text, which is definitely not what we want. So we also need to select the About section text here. You can see we have a padding of 42 pixels left and right. What we want is not a 32 pixel left and right, but a 0 pixel left and right. And there we have our text hitting the walls. We also want to have like some margin on the image or margin on the text that can push this up. So while we are here, we can have a margin top of 48 pixel. So that should give it some spacing here, but I think that's too much. So let's make this 28 pixel, and this seems to be decent. So everything from the top here up to this About Us section seem to be fixed. The next thing we need to work on in terms of responsiveness is our services section. So we have these 3 cards here that we are by default displaying flex as usual. We need to make this display block. Let's go back to our index.html and close up the About section since we are done with what we are trying to do there. Now let's open up the services section. And this services section have a services section contents. This should just be services content. Why would I name this that? But anyways, and this contains the services card, items. So we have 3 services card inside this. Now we need to get this particular parent div that holds all the card item in the services and search for it in our CSS. We're going to grab it right from here, copy this here, and then we want to change the display from flex to block. So down where we have our media query, we're doing the same thing from display down to block. And let's see what that looks like. This looks so much better. We also want to have like a margin at the top and at the bottom. So instead of margin top, or we can leave the margin top here, but this is on the entire container, so we need to target each card. Back in our index.html, each card should be called services card, so we want to also target each card. So services card right here, we want to grab this, and then at the bottom here, we want to have some additional margin. Should we do margin top or margin bottom? Let's start with margin top of 48, too much, 28 pixel. And this doesn't look bad. I think I want to use a margin bottom. Okay, a margin bottom of 32 pixel seems to be decent. Still too close to each other, so let's take it to 42 pixel. Yep, I think I prefer this. All right, so we have our card also displaying nicely, and we've been able to fix a lot of responsive issues down here. And then the next should be the why choose us section. Still very similar to what we've been doing back in our index.html. Let's close up services section and open up why choose us section and target the why choose us section content right here. So we have a dot and we paste this, so we get the class. So we get the default CSS right here, and down where we have our media query, we just paste this in, change this to block. And this should fix some of our issues. Another thing we need to do is to reduce the size of this card. So we need to target the card item itself, and let's see what that class is, which is WCU card. So let's check for the class of that. And here, what we want to do is to reduce this width properly, because you can see we have some padding here and we still have padding inside the card itself. So let's copy the entire WCU card, and down on the mobile responsive version, we want to have this at 200 for a start. And let's see how that is. That seems to be a bit too much, 240 pixel. What about 260 pixel? 260 pixels seem to be decent, and that's good. So we also need to have some margin. Let's use a margin bottom of 32 pixel so that we can have some spacing between each cards. And this seems to be amazing. So the simple format we've been using, changing display flex to display block, adding some margin and padding, and basically that's how we get our websites all looking very responsive. So let's keep going. Here in the testimonial section, we do this exact same thing. Go to our index.html file. Let's close up the why choose us section and open this up. And what we need is the testimonial content, right? Because that holds all the testimonial cards. And this is why building your website or using a proper layout technique that allows you properly style each div, each element is very important. And you can see how easy and how fast we can start making this responsive. There's a way you're going to build your website that can make it very difficult for you to achieve a clean and easy responsive design. And that's why a lot of people think responsive design is very difficult, right? But in actual sense, it's not. So here where we have this testimonial content, we also need to grab this and go to our CSS or our search and search for this, we grab the default CSS styling and bring it down here where we have this media query. What we want to do here is change from display down to block and also give it some margin bottom so that we can have some spacing between the cards of 32 pixels. So this should work like this. Okay, this margin bottom should not be on this section, it should be on the card itself. So back in our index.css, the card is called testimonial card, so we can change this to card, and then we can grab this right here and bring it down here. So this is for each card itself, and this is where we want to have the margin bottom of 32 pixels, which is what this looks like. You can see that the card is also really large, and it seems like it's going to be more than what we need. So here we can drop this down to 268 like we've been doing. All right, so the next is our theme section. Our theme section back at index.html. Let's close up testimonial and open up the next container, which contains our theme. And our theme section has a theme content wrapper that holds all the theme cards. So this is what we are searching for. Go to our search, hit the dot, paste this in and select this. Let's grab the default styling and bring it down to our media query section. And then paste this. We want to display block right here, and this should work. The next thing is going to be to have the margin on each card, and each card is called theme card. So we change this from theme content to theme card. Let's also grab theme card, bring it down to media query section, and we also want to add a margin. Let's do a margin bottom of 32 pixels on each card. That way, I think we need more for this card, 42 pixels. Yeah, this seems better. So we can do this, and this is also looking good. Now let's focus on the next section, which is our form section and our footer. This form section can be really challenging because we set specific width to these form items. So guys, it's time to focus on the responsiveness of the call to action section. The call to action section consists of this header section squeezed here, and also this form, right? You can see the form overlapping on this container. And there are a few things you are going to do to fix this up. This is going to be a little bit more complex than the usual approach that we know. It requires you to pay a little more attention. So back in the index.html, let's close up the theme content that we just completed and close up its container. We want to focus on the call to action section, so we are going to open this up. So the structure of the CTA section is actually really simple. We have this image here, which is the background image, which we are going to increase the height of the background image. And the next thing we have is this CTA content wrapper, which has another div inside of it. And this div contains the header and the form. Now, the first thing is to target this CTA content and change the display from flex down to block. So back in our style.css, search for the CTA content and select this here. We have this CTA content. We need to copy this, bring it down to our media section, and then paste this. From display flex, we are changing this to display block, or you want to go ahead and use the flex direction column that we used way earlier. But this is a more straightforward approach. Now from display block, you're going to see that these have attempted to stack the header and this card section together. Now, if you zoom in a bit, you're going to see that the reason why this is taking up too much space is because we have a display flex on the input. We are supposed to have a input. Let me open this up. You can see here, one on the left, one on the right. So this particular flex display, we also need to revert it back to a block display. right? So here in our card, let's go back to our index.html, open up our form, and we can see this CTA form section that holds the form. And that should be where we have our display flex item. Let's copy this, come to search, hit full stop, and paste this to get the CSS property. You can see where we set the display down to flex. Let's copy this, scroll down all the way down to the end here and paste this. Change this back to block. So it's also going to attempt to stack this card just like this, which is amazing. So the next thing we need to do is to increase the background of this section so that it can properly contain what its elements are. And to do that, let's go back to our index.html. And to do that, we need to increase the height of this image right here. So let's grab the call to action image, which is the CTA image, and search for it in our style.css, where we have this width of 100%. We also want to add some additional CSS property to that. What we want to add here is a height. Let's give it a height of 700 pixels. You can see that it has stretched to contain all of the items in the card, and then we have our footer below. So a few things we need to take note here is that we need some padding on the left and on the right. So we are going to go to the section itself. So let's go back here and see the section that holds everything, which is the CTA content class here. So let's grab the CTA content and then search for it here. So for CTA content, we seem to already have one right here in our media query section. So what we need to do here is to add a padding. So we can have a padding of top bottom of 48 pixels and then left and right of 12 pixels. Back here we should be able to see some padding. As you can see, some padding on the left and not on the right, because I think this header has a fixed width. So instead of to have a fixed width on the header, let's go back to our index.html and select the CTA header and also grab its style right here. So instead of having a fixed width of 400 pixels, what we want to do is to just make the width 100%, right? So whatever mobile viewport you're viewing from, our background is just going to be 100% of that viewport. So this should be 100%, and this should look so much better. We also need to have like a margin bottom right here on the header. So I'm going to add a margin bottom in this CTA header of 32 pixels. And this should look good. The next thing we need to add a margin bottom or padding bottom on is this input field here. And that can be found back in our index.html. Once we open up this form here, we can see we have a div with CTA inputs, right? Div with CTA input that have both the input field. So we can copy this and add a padding below it. So let's grab the CSS style right here and bring it down to this media query section. And here all we need to do is to add the margin bottom of 20 pixels. So this seems to look better, right? So the CTA section seems to be okay, except the background image looking stretched out a bit. And also this title, I think I might want the title to be a bit bold, but we are going to leave this for now. Those are things you can do yourself. So you can increase the font size of this if you like. But for the background image being stretched, what we can do is to target the background image. And right here on the CTA section, we can see the CTA image. We can grab this and get this here. We already have it in the media section. What we want to do here is to add an object fit, and I'm going to use cover. So we usually use contain, and if you use contain, this is typically what you're going to get. The image is going to try to fit its entire self in the space that was given, but if you use cover, it's just going to cover the allocated space, right? So we won't even see some parts of the image. So this is what we are going to use. And I think this call to action section is okay. And now let's focus on the responsiveness on the footer section. So for the footer section, we head back to our index.html, close up this call to action section, and open up the footer section. The first issue we are seeing here is this major display on flex, which is going to be on this parent header that holds both the footer header and the footer links, which is the footer content. Let's copy this, come here and search for it. So we have the default CSS styling here. Let's grab this, bring it to the bottom here where we have our media query, and change display flex to block. This way, these items are stacked on each other. Now we have these 3 items. We also want to display these 3 items on block. So what we are going to do first is to add a margin bottom to our header, then display this item also on block. So for the footer header, let's grab the footer header right here and then target it, grab this, and then go to the bottom of the page and paste this here. Right here, we want to have a margin bottom of 32 pixels. And this should give us this space. Now let's focus on these link items here. Let's check out the parent wrapper of the footer links, which is this. And it contains link item 1, 2, and link item 3. What we can do is to target these footer links just like this. Come to our style here and search for footer links. Let's see the default styling on it. It's on display flex. We can copy this and bring it right here, right? And from flex, we change it back to block. And this is going to stack on each other just like this. Back in the index.html, we can also grab the link item. And add some margin and padding. So we don't have a styling on the link item here. So that means we can just go ahead and create a CSS style for this link item, just like this, a class of link item. And here we want to add a margin bottom on each of them of 28 pixels. So this should add some spacing below here and below here. So this looks good, guys. So this looks decent. If I zoom out completely, which I have, you can see that we don't have that weird huge white space on the right. So I'm zoomed out completely right now. And this is what you're going to get if you followed every single instruction. But you might think this is fine, but I can tell that this is actually not completed because we still have a little bit of white space on the right here. And that's because there's a particular element that is still exceeding the required viewport for a mobile responsive website, right? So you can see we still have that white space right here and even on our header section right here. So what I'm going to do to find out the culprit or whatever element is causing this issue is to go back to our style.css and go to the very top and the very first element where we have this asterisk. Like I mentioned, this asterisk targets every single element on the page. And that's why I'm doing this, because by default, I want every single element to have a margin of 0 and padding of 0 by default, right? So that we can just add our own spacing properties. So right here, I want to have a border because I want to know what element is having that issue. And the way I do this to debug the issue will be to just add a border of 2 pixel solid red, which we have used across this particular tutorial. And it's going to add a border to every single element. Now you can see that every single element stops here. You can see the red border, but there's going to be a particular element that exceeds this. And right here, you can see that this About Us section image is exceeding this particular section. And then we also have this Our Services image and its entire card exceeding this section. So we have two elements we need to work on, which is about us image and then the our services card. Everything else seemed to be properly okay. I think this is also not the best, but it's not exceeding this main container area here. So that's what we are going to be looking at. So first, let's target the about us image right here. And the about us image should be found where we have this partners container and this about us. So we have a class of about us image. Let's fetch this. And here we want to drop this to 320. Now I think this is much better. For the our services card, let's look for that. Let's identify where that is, which should be in this services and services card. Let's grab this and look for where we have this in our media query section. We also want to drop this to 320 pixel so that it doesn't exceed, and let's try 300 pixel. So this seems fair, and you can see that this is now looking properly set up. At the end here, we don't have that weird white space, so we can go back to our code at the top here and remove this border. Once you've done that, we have this really nice responsive website. So guys, thank you so much for sticking to the end of this video. So not all viewports or not all screen sizes are properly arranged. So it has to be a minimum of 768. I think that's what we use for our viewport. Let's quickly check that. Yeah, 768 pixel before all of these changes take effect, right? And this is what you can do. You can also take it one more layer up. You can create another media query at, let's say, for example, 900 pixel or 800 pixel or 1000 or 1080 pixel, because I think my full screen size is up to is 1440 or even more, up to 1680 and all that. So you can create different breakpoints for three major devices, which is like your desktop, your tablet, and your mobile. So this tutorial have taught you how to do for mobile. I think this 768 is for the portrait view of some tablet sizes and then a mobile phone, right? So if you want to do for a larger screen from like 1080, which is, let's say when it gets to somewhere like this, yeah, from 1080 down to 768, you might want to start checking out responsiveness, create a different media query, and start adding your style. But there are a lot better ways to do this. You won't always have to be writing your HTML and CSS. There are frameworks that can help you with your responsiveness a lot easier. We have frameworks like Tailwind, like Bootstrap. The next thing you need to know from here is Bootstrap, and what libraries and frameworks like Bootstrap and Tailwind help you do is to manage this responsive issue. You have no issue to worry about. Like as you can see here, if we want to create a tablet version, we have to create another media query and start doing all of this again, which can be overwhelming and tedious. And this is what Bootstrap and things like Tailwind can help you scaffold a lot faster. So after learning this HTML and CSS, the best thing you can do for yourself is to look into Bootstrap. And I'm also in the future going to be creating some videos on Bootstrap and also how you can upload this your HTML and CSS website to things like GitHub and manage the different versions of your websites and applications. From here, the next thing I'm going to do, or in the next video, I'm going to show you guys how to deploy your website. So I'm going to have a Namecheap hosting server, and we are going to host this website so that it's accessible live. And I can show you like the most optimal or cost-effective way to host your HTML and CSS website in case you're doing this for a very simple company portfolio website, or you're doing this for a personal profile or a personal project or a portfolio. Then you can always have the ability to host your website live. Thank you so much, guys, for sticking to the end of this video. Thank you for your patience, and I hope you've been able to learn a lot from this. The link to the Figma file, the link to the Github repository, the link to this particular website when it is live will definitely be in the description section, including all of the assets used. So you can go ahead and download this and manipulate it and change the content the way you want and use it to learn, practice, and get better. Thank you so much. We've come to the end of the video. Please do not forget to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell if you find this video helpful. And I'm going to see you guys in my next video. Bye for now.